Kritsman and the Agrarian Marxists. Edited by Terry Cox and Gary Littlejohn. Introduction. Class analysis of the Russian peasantry, the research of Kritsman and his school Terry Cox. 2. The agrarian Marxist research in its political context, state policy and the development of the Soviet rural class structure in the 1920s Gary Littlejohn. 3. Class stratification of the Soviet countryside L. N. Kritsman. Bibliography. Editor's note. The scholarly work on the countryside done in pre-1917 Russia and in the Soviet Union in the 1920s was of a remarkably high quality, of a higher quality, probably, than that on the peasantry of any country before or since. In that corpus, perhaps least known is the work of L. N. Kritsman and those influenced by him, the so-called agrarian Marxists. Yet the quality of that work was extremely high and it was very original. Moreover, its significance is more than historical, since it has great relevance to the study of peasantries in contemporary poor countries and especially to the analysis of peasant differentiation. This special issue will help dispel ignorance of this important body of writing. It has been prepared by two guest editors, Terry Cox and Gary Littlejohn, both of whom are specialists on the Soviet Union and both of whom have been working on Kritsman and the agrarian Marxists for several years. Here they share the results of that work in three major pieces. The first, by Cox, a detailed account of the work of Kritsman and his school; the second, on the political context of the work of the agrarian Marxists and on the significance of determining the nature of the class structure in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, and the third, an abridged translation of one of Kritsman's important works, Class Stratification of the Soviet Countryside. T. B. Byers. C. A. Kerwin. Glossary and abbreviations. Artel. An association or collective of producers, made up of craftsmen or peasants. Barshchina. A system of feudal forced labor required from peasants by landowners. Batrak. Agricultural wage laborer. Bedniak. Poor peasant. CPSU. Communist Party of the Soviet Union. CW. Collected works. Deciaton. A measurement of area, 1 deciaton equals 1.09 hectares equals 2.7 acres. Dvor. Peasant household. Gosplan. State Planning Commission. Gubernia. Province. Hozyain. Head of the household. Khutor. A farmstead, physically separated from a village, and not subject to communal repartition. Kolkhoz. Collective farm. Committee. Committees of poor peasants. Kulak. Rich peasant, usually hiring labor. Mir. Peasant community, government of the community. Nerkomtrad. People's Commissariat of Labor. NEP. New Economic Policy. Oblast. Largest administrative unit of local government after 1929 when it replaced the gubernia. Obshchina. Commune. Okrug. Subdivision of the oblast. Otrub. Consolidated farmland, outside the village, and not subject to communal repartition, but without the farmhouse which remained inside the village. Promysly. Crafts, trades or outside work producing an income. Rabkrin. People's Commissariat of Workers and Peasants Inspection. Rayon. Subdivision of Okrug and Oblast. RSDLP. Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. RSFSR. Russian Soviet Federal Socialist Republic. Serednyak. Middle peasant. Smikha. Alliance between the working class and peasants. SRS. The Socialist Revolutionary Party. TS.S.U. Central Statistical Administration. Tyaglo. Team of draft animals and ploughmen. Used. Subdivision of the gubernia. Velost. Subdivision of the Used. V. Sarabatsmals. All Russian Union of Agricultural and Forestry Workers. VSN. KH. Supreme Council of the National Economy. Zhizhidakny. Well-off peasant. Zemstvo. Institution of local government in the pre-revolutionary Russian countryside at guberniate or used levels. Introduction. Terry Cox. This special issue is devoted to the work of L.N. Kritsman and his colleagues on the question of the class analysis of the Russian peasantry in the 1920s. Although this work is little known today, it is of great interest both for the history of the Russian peasantry and discussion of the problems of attempting socialist construction in the early Soviet countryside, and also for the insights it offers for the theory and methodology of modern studies of peasant class relations. Not only does the work of Kritsman and his colleagues offer a more sophisticated approach to the study of peasant differentiation than has been provided by most other researchers, but also much of the modern debate on this issue has taken place under the influence of Russian works, especially of Lenin on the one hand and Chayanov on the other, without reference to the further work of the Kritsman group which sought to deal with the problems raised by their theories and methods. In assessing the rural research of Kritsman and those influenced by him, the context of his career and wider interests is very important. Given his position as a Marxist theorist and an active party worker, the aim of his rural research was not simply a description of aspects of peasant life and agriculture, nor was it an attempt to construct a general theory of peasant society as can be found, for example, in Chayanov's work. Rather, Kritsman's aim, in the tradition of Marx and Lenin, was to provide a theoretical analysis of the trends in the class character of the Russian peasantry in a particular social formation at a given point in history. 1. To this end, Kritsman was appointed director of the agrarian section of the Soviet Communist Academy in 1925 at a time when the Soviet government was beginning to clearly recognize a growing problem of the growth of capitalist relations in the countryside. Kritsman attracted a group of younger Marxist scholars, most of whom were his juniors by about 7 or 8 years. They were the first generation of postgraduates after the revolution. 2 of them had a background in history and came to the agrarian section from the historical section of the Institute of Red Professors. These were A. Geister and M. Kubanin. Several others, I. Vermanichev, U. A. Anisimov, K. Namuov, M. Sulkovsky had been graduates of the Institute of Agricultural Economics of the Timur Yazov Academy, where they would have been taught by Chayanov and other members of the Organization and Production School. Together this group became the Agrarian Marxists. 2. The major theoretical impetus to the group was given by Kritsman in a number of works on the peasantry and the question of class differentiation, beginning in 1925. In a series of articles in 1925, which were expanded into a book in 1926, he carried out an extensive review of all the existing research on the Soviet countryside from which any information on peasant differentiation could be gleaned. On the basis of the available information, Kritsman argued that a new process of class differentiation was taking place in the Russian peasantry of the 1920s, although it was occurring in novel and unexpected ways which the standard statistical approaches did not reflect very well. His work therefore also involved a critique of existing approaches and a plea for the development of a new methodology. His ideas were first taken up in the formulation of empirical research by V.S. Nemchinov, a statistician working in the Urals, who was not strictly part of the group although he was influenced by Kritsman. Building on Kritsman's ideas and the practical lead of Nemchinov, a number of research projects were carried out by the group on the question of the class differentiation of the peasantry. These studies took the form of surveys of peasant households in chosen areas of the Soviet Union, all using a general questionnaire covering all the households in a given local area, and some also collecting more detailed accounts of peasant budgets from smaller samples of households. There were also some studies which analyzed data from several different areas which had been collected by the Central Statistical Bureau of the Soviet Union. Towards the end of the 1920s, the agrarian Marxists were beginning to make an impact. Their influence was growing at the expense of rival schools of thought in agrarian research such as that of Chayanov and his colleagues, and their ideas were gradually being accepted for new approaches in rural social research, in the collection of agrarian statistics, and in the development of an agronomy which would be sensitive to class differences between peasant farms. However, with the forced collectivization of the peasants at the end of the 1920s, in which peasants were categorized into social classes in a highly arbitrary manner by state officials, the research of the agrarian Marxists came to be regarded as superfluous or even politically dangerous by the state. From 1930 no more research was carried out by the group. Kritsman and his colleagues quickly lost much of their influence, then their jobs, and by the end of the 1930s most of them had lost their lives. As far as their research was concerned, the agrarian Marxists left behind a body of work which, while unfinished, and ultimately inconclusive in fulfilling its aim of a detailed analysis of the Soviet rural social structure as a whole, was nevertheless highly productive of a number of interesting ideas about the nature of the peasantry and about ways of studying them. These remain useful both for a retrospective look at the Soviet Union of the 1920s, and for adaptation to the study of peasantries in other parts of the world today. For modern historians, both in the Soviet Union and in the West, the work of the Kritsman School has been a vital source of insights and information about the Soviet Union of the 1920s. However, while much historical research remains to be done, for which the research of the agrarian Marxists would prove useful, the main aim here is to introduce the theoretical, methodological, and political contributions of the Kritsman School as a particularly interesting example of an attempt at a Marxist social science of the peasantry. This work has a contribution to make, not only to the study of Soviet history, but to the development of approaches to the study of peasant societies in the world today. In Part I below, an account is given by Terry Cox of the research of the agrarian Marxists, of their critique of existing approaches to the study of peasant class differentiation, their theoretical and methodological innovations, and some of the details of their research approaches and their findings. This is followed in Part II by an analysis by Gary Littlejohn of state policy in relation to the Soviet rural class structure in the 1920s. This draws on the work of Kritsman and offers an interpretation of how it can be located in the context of the wider debates on the nature of the NEP period and the lessons to be drawn for policies of socialist construction. Part 3 is a condensed and edited translation by Gary Littlejohn of Kritsman's book, The Class Stratification of the Soviet Countryside, which is referred to above. This offers an interesting illustration of Kritsman's work and an insight into the complexity of the society he undertook to study. Notes. 1. In contrast to many of the researchers working in the area of research on the Soviet countryside, Kritsman's background was not in the tradition of the Zemstvo statistics or studies of peasant production but in the politics and theoretical debates of the revolutionary movement. Born in 1890, he joined the RSDLP in 1905, spent many years in exile abroad and finally returned to Russia in 1918, at which time he became a member of the Bolshevik Party. He held a series of posts in the V.S.N.Kh, became a member of the Presidium of Gosplan, and published a number of works on aspects of economic planning and the Soviet national economy. He was a keen proponent, along with Lenin and Milyutin, on the idea of a single economic plan for the Soviet economy, and in general, he was a supporter of the rapid development of a planned economy. With the introduction of the NEP, he argued unsuccessfully alongside Preobrazhensky, Trotsky and Lenin against the weakening of the planning organizations. With the defeat of the policies he had supported, Kritsman moved away from administrative roles to become a leading academic figure, gaining membership in 1923, of the Presidium of the Communist Academy. While at first maintaining some interest in planning, especially in relation to agriculture, his interests shifted more to the history of the revolution and to social analysis of the peasantry and agrarian questions. In 1925 his History of the War Communism period was published, and remains to this day probably the most thorough and authoritative history of the period. In 1924 Kritsman joined a special commission set up by the Communist Academy to study the history of the agrarian revolution in Russia. This was to be a vast enterprise, analyzing in detail the statistics of change in various aspects of agriculture during the period of the revolution and into the 1920s. The first of several planned volumes was published under Kritsman's editorship in 1928, containing discussions of methodological issues associated with the research and a collection of some of the data used. Further volumes were promised but, with the political events of the 1930s overtaking the researchers, were never produced. During the 1920s, Kritsman also had other interests including membership of the editorial board of Pravda, editorships of the Ekonomikeskiya Encyclopedia and of the journal Problemy Ekonomiki, and from 1927 membership of the Central Statistical Board. However, his major interest was to become the analysis of contemporary Soviet peasant agriculture. He became head of the agrarian section of the Communist Academy, and the editor of the Journal of the Agrarian Section, Na Agrarnom Front. From the mid-1920s he published a number of works on agrarian topics, some criticizing prevailing ideas and methods of research and data collection on agriculture, some attacking the theories of the organization and production school, and some, the major part of his work, attempting to develop a Marxist approach to the study of the peasantry and its class differentiation. For further biographical information on members of the agrarian Marxist school, see Solomon. Paisley College of Technology. I-Class Analysis of the Russian Peasantry, the research of Kritsman and his school. Terry Cox. One of the central issues in Russian Marxism's analysis of the peasantry was the question of its differentiation into the classes of capitalism. Such a development had been predicted by Plekhanov and evidence for it had been sought and provided by Lenin. However, after the revolution of 1917 with its widespread redistribution of the land there grew up a strong current of opinion in Soviet ruling circles which tended to play down the question of renewed capitalist development in the countryside, and which, as a consequence, gave low priority to research on the differentiation of the peasantry. Nevertheless, from about 1925 such questions again began to receive serious attention and, in the context, increasing disquiet was expressed about the usefulness of the kind of agrarian statistics being produced at the time. Various critiques of existing figures and research approaches were advanced, most notably by Kritsman and Yakovlev. Having shown in his work of 1926 how misleading the standard approaches could be, it fell to Kritsman to promote research and discussion of new methods of identifying the class characteristics of peasant households. The results of this initiative will be discussed below, after a brief outline of the Russian tradition of agrarian research and the critique of it which Kritsman and his colleagues developed. 1. Russian research on the differentiation of the peasantry before the revolution. From the 1890s onwards there was much debate in Russia on the extent and significance of inequalities between peasant households. Views ranged from those of Lenin that the inequalities were signs of the gradual differentiation of classes of agrarian capitalists and proletarians, to those of Chayanov that the inequalities were mainly a reflection of demographic processes associated with the generational cycle of peasant households. In the former view capitalist development would lead gradually to the dissolution of the peasantry while in the latter view it would be compatible with the preservation and development of peasant agriculture. The usual criteria in these debates for deciding how peasant households should be grouped into different strata or classes were indicators of the size and well-being of farms. During the first 2 decades of the 20th century sown area gradually replaced area of allotment as the preferred indicator for many parts of Russia, and was used both by Lenin and Chayanov. Sown area had the advantage of being easy to measure compared with more complex measurements of peasant wealth in a society with widespread illiteracy, and it was also generally thought to provide an accurate representation of differences in wealth between farms in many regions. In some parts of Russia, however, draft animals were preferred by local statisticians. 2. The methodological debate in the 1920s. After the revolution agrarian statistics were put on a firmer and more centrally organized basis by the Soviet government. In place of the separate Zemstvo statistical bureaus there was now a central statistical board as well as local government statistical officers. However, the leading figure in this new organization who was concerned with data relating to the question of peasant differentiation was A.I. Kryushkova, who favored collecting data on the basis of the indicators and methods which had become established in the years leading up to the revolution. Under Kryushkova's influence, Soviet agrarian statistics retained sown area as the main indicator of peasant wealth. In defending this, she even suggested that it had become a more accurate indicator in the post-revolutionary period given the decline of sources of peasant income outside agriculture following the destruction of war and civil war. The leading voice in opposition to this new orthodoxy was that of Kritsman. His dissatisfaction was initially provoked by a comparison of two sets of figures provided by the TS.S.U. on the distribution of sown area and working animals among Russian peasant farms. While in the RSFSR between 1917 and 1920 the proportion of households not sowing grain fell from 15.9% to 8.1%, the proportion without working animals stayed constantly much higher at 27.0% and 27.1% respectively. Thus the proportion of farms sowing grain despite a complete lack of working animals rose from 11.1% in 1917 to 19.0% in 1920. To quote Kritsman, in other words, a number of those who managed farms did not have at their disposal the basic conditions for their management, working cattle, and consequently the number of farms engaged in agriculture wholly dependent on stronger farms rose, although at the same time the number of farms not engaged in their own cultivation fell. Kritsman drew the conclusion that if an accurate picture of the emerging pattern of differentiation under NEP were to be drawn, then new indicators would have to be adopted. He argued firstly that stratification by sown area was inadequate because the differentiation of the peasantry was taking place no longer on the basis of how much land was available for cultivation by a household but on the basis of the ownership of scarce working animals and farm stock. Leveling, in terms of the distribution of land which had taken place since the revolution, masked the true extent of the growth of class differences. Secondly, he argued that although stratification by ownership of animals and stock could show fairly accurately the extent of proletarianization because at least it measured the distribution of the particular factor bringing about the dependence of weaker farms, nevertheless, it was not adequate as an overall indicator because it could not distinguish between farms with adequate distribution and farms with excess distribution of means of production which they could use to exploit weaker farms and begin to accumulate capital. Basically, there had always been a problem with stratification indices in that they were all indirect indicators of class relations. They did not directly measure relations involving the expropriation of the surplus of some peasant farms by others. Before the revolution this had not seemed too great a problem since the indirect indicators were at least thought to provide an accurate reflection of class relations, but if this was no longer the case, a new approach had to be developed. Clearly the most direct indicator of capitalist class relations would be the hire and sale of labor power, but the problem with this was that it only becomes a prominent feature of capitalism once it has developed. In the very early stages of capitalist development within a petty commodity economy, the appropriation by some peasant households of the fruits of the labor of other households for capital accumulation would not necessarily be by such direct methods. In the Russian countryside of the NEP period, exploitative relations would to some extent occur in the traditional forms of a pre-capitalist society such as money lending or the loan of capital at varying rates of interest paid in kind or in labor services. The situation was further complicated by legal bans on the hire of labor and rent of land, especially in the early 1920s, which meant that peasants involved in such transactions would do their best to conceal them from researchers and taxmen alike. The result was that transactions took place in hidden forms such as in the guise of intrafamilial exchanges or of amalgamations between farms. According to Kritsman, a widespread form of exploitation involved the hiring out of working animals and stock in such a way that the hidden capitalist appeared in the guise of a worker, working on another's farm with his own animals and stock, and a proletarian in the guise of an owner without working animals or stock hiring the owner of these necessary means of production. Despite superficial appearances, in this situation the peasant doing the manual labor was the exploiter because in return for his services as a ploughman providing his own horse and plough he received the greater share of the harvest sown and harvested by the owner on the owner's land. In these relationships the surplus value appropriated by the capitalist is not created by the labor of the hired worker with his horse and stock, but by the labor of the hiring boss. The labor of the latter becomes possible only thanks to the fact that the means of production of the hired man are employed on, whether works with them or not does not alter the essence of the situation. In other words, it was still labor which produced surplus value, but in this transitional set of relationships, the phenomenal legal forms were completely at odds with the true economic relationships. As in developed capitalism, it was ownership of the means of production which provided a basis for their owner to exploit the labor of another, but the situation was complex here because different means of production were owned by different people. Although land is usually thought to be the most important of the means of production in agriculture, and the one whose ownership would provide the key to the exploitation of the labor of the people who are hired to work on it, Kritsman was suggesting that there was nothing inevitable about such a set of circumstances. In the particular conditions of the NEP, it was, in varying degrees, working animals and farm stock whose ownership offered the greater economic power and enabled the owner of them to exploit the labor of others, who, although they might own land, could not work it without hiring means of production on terms which gave the owner of them the power over the surplus value produced instead of the owner of the land. Thus, although both the owner of the land and the owner of the horse and plow worked on the land, the return to the latter, formally for his work in plowing the land, would also contain surplus value created by the labor of the landowner who worked for the rest of the year. The facts that both owners still worked on the land themselves, and that ownership of the various means of production were split between them, was for Kritsman, a reflection of the early stage of capitalist development then prevalent in the Soviet countryside. He described the phenomena he was analyzing as incomplete capitalist forms. Nevertheless, he was in no doubt that the logic of the situation in abstract would lead to full capitalist development, and that it was therefore valid to interpret the forms of exploitation going on as already in essence capitalist, despite their incompleteness. The problem was that the existing Soviet agrarian statistics did not reveal the tendencies which Kritsman saw emerging. He drew his own conclusions, outlined above, from his extensive review of available local studies which is translated in Part 3 below. However, although such literature provided evidence of trends towards class differentiation occurring in hidden forms, its data was still incomplete. Consequently, Kritsman and his colleagues advocated a new approach based on the collection of data on direct class indices such as the hire and sale of labor power, the rent and lease of land, and the hire and lease of stock and working animals. The aim was to use such data to classify farms according to their dominant tendency in terms of potential class relations. Although most farms would probably enter into a variety of relations with other farms, Kritsman reasoned that it should be possible to discover the predominant balance of relations engaged in by a particular farm and use this to characterize the class nature of that farm. 3. The research of V.S. Nemchinov. Following Kritsman's critical review of existing agrarian statistics, a number of attempts were made to devise and test slightly different schemes for the measurement of the extent of the above-mentioned tendencies. The first such attempt was made by V.S. Nemchinov, a statistician working in the Urals region, and not a member of the Moscow-based Kritsman group. Under the influence of Kritsman's initial work, Nemchinov developed an approach taking 4 basic factors of production as his indicators and cross-classifying these according to who owned them and whether they were used for farming on the peasant's own farm or that of another peasant. A farm whose relations were predominantly expropriating was termed entrepreneurial, while a farm whose relations were predominantly exploited was termed dependent. A farm whose relations were more or less in balance between exploiting and exploited tendencies was considered to be an independent farm. The scheme could be presented according to the table below. Table 1. Conditions and means of production in peasant agriculture. Means of production on own farm. Own means of production. Others. Own. On others' farm. Land. Entrepreneurial. Independent. Dependent. Basic capital. Dependent. Independent. Entrepreneurial. Variable capital. Dependent. Independent. Entrepreneurial. Labor power. Entrepreneurial. Independent. Dependent. The extent of entrepreneurship, dependence, or independence could be calculated by ascertaining the monetary value, or working out a monetary equivalent for the factors involved in each transaction. From the results obtained, the farms could be grouped into categories relative to their overall predominant tendencies. Nemchinov used the following groupings. 1. Dependent. A. More than 50% are dependent in their relations with other farms. B. 15 to 50% dependent. 2. Independent. A. 2.5 to 15% dependent. B. Up to 2.5% dependent or up to 2.5% entrepreneurial. C. 2.5 to 15% entrepreneurial. 3. Entrepreneurial, more than 15% are entrepreneurial. Thus, echoing Kritsman, the most important factors in determining a household's class position were the means of production in animals and farm stock. An adequate or surplus supply of them assured a position of strength. Overcapacity in these means of production enabled a farm to either rent extra land and hire extra labor in order to use them more fully, or to lease them out at such advantageous rates, that, as Kritsman had noted, the transaction was in fact a hidden form of acquiring extra land. In contrast, undercapacity would require a farm to enter into relations where its inability to farm without essential means of production would be seriously exploited. On the other hand, undercapacity in other factors, such as land or labor, could be resolved more easily since, compared with draft animals or plows, these were more easily available. 1. The whole procedure of using the criteria of own or others means of production and labor on own or others farm as indicators of the class character of farms was of course a necessarily roundabout way of uncovering class relations. Ideally, the best way would have been to acquire direct information about actual transactions between farms, discovering exactly how much was paid for each hour of labor, for each unit of hire of means of production, and each unit of land rented, and compare this with the value of the surplus produced. However, since only developed capitalist enterprises would carry out the kind of detailed accounting that would make such data available, information could only be gathered by the more indirect approach described above. Having established the likely meaning of the various possible transactions in factors of production for the specific circumstances under study, the next step was to fix the value of each factor in order to be able to weigh various relations against each other and establish the overall balance on each farm of elements of entrepreneurial, dependent, and independent farming. Such calculations could only be made, Nemchinov argued, either by ascertaining the prevailing local monetary value, or working out money equivalents for each factor involved in the transactions. Again, since accurate information on exact amounts involved could not be discovered, it had to be assumed that most transactions were conducted at the standard rate for the given time and place. Using information collected by local statisticians, including much that had been collected in the dynamic census for Troitsky Okrug in the Urals, Nemchinov was able to establish prevailing local rates and prices for the area of his study. It was then possible to put values to the transactions of all the farms in the sample and, according to the formula shown in Table I above, establish the overall class character of each farm. Examples of the figures for two farms in Troitsky Okrug are shown below in Table 2. Table 2. Evaluation of farms. The sum of entrepreneurial elements in farm was R389.25, while the sum of the independent elements was R1046.08, there being no dependent elements. In the absence of any dependent elements, the overall character of the farm could then be established simply by calculating the extent of entrepreneurial activity as a percentage of the total value of the household's own means of production employed on their own farm. For farm this worked out at 37.2% entrepreneurial. In farm on the other hand, there were dependent and independent, but no entrepreneurial elements. The sum of dependent elements was R313.89 while the value of independent elements was R247.88. In the absence of entrepreneurial elements, the overall character of farm could then be established by calculating the dependent elements as a percentage of the independent elements, giving a result of 126.63% dependent. Other farms might be more complex, with elements of both entrepreneurship and dependence in their operations. In such cases the value of each as a percentage of independent elements had to be calculated and the balance taken in order to find the overall characteristic tendency of the farm. In their research, Nemchinov and his team carried out such evaluations of 835 farms in the steppe area of Troitsky Okrug. They found the following distribution of types in their sample. Having arrived at this grouping of farms, Nemchinov then sought to compare it with more conventional approaches using so-called natural indicators such as sown area and ownership of animals. As can be seen from Table 4, the different groupings produced very different patterns of distribution. For Nemchinov this helped to confirm farther the arguments against the use of natural indicator groupings for the study of peasant class relations. For example, the bottom groups in terms of sown area and ownership of animals were all well represented not only in the dependent farm groups but also among the independent farms, including small numbers which even displayed slightly entrepreneurial tendencies. At the other end of the scale, some farms in the top groups by natural indicators appeared in the independent rather than the entrepreneurial groups. However, although Nemchinov held to his claims for the superiority of his approach in revealing the patterns of class relations within the peasantry, he seems not to have regarded such an approach as completely sufficient by itself. In order to identify actual groups in terms of their class position, he proposed to combine the above grouping with one based on annual expenditure on constant capital per farm. Such a measure, for Nemchinov, not only gave a more accurate indication of the level of well-being of a farm, but also showed its relative economic strength in precisely those factors which would affect its potential for either entrepreneurship or dependence. Expenditure on constant capital, which included all expenditure on materials in production except labor power, would be a measure of a farm's provision in those factors which, as Nemchinov had already argued, were the basis for the most significant relations of exploitation in the Soviet countryside. Although there was no close correspondence between the results of the two groupings, there was a clear tendency for the more entrepreneurial farms to spend more on constant capital, and to have a higher organic composition of capital, as can be seen from the tables below. The implication here in Nemchinov's thinking was that, although a few relatively poor and middle farms were entrepreneurial in their relations with others, they would be less likely than their economically stronger entrepreneurial neighbors to be able to continually strengthen their position and become fully capitalist farms. The most likely candidates for full membership of an emerging class of capitalist farmers would be those able to spend more on scarce means of production, giving themselves a higher organic composition of capital, obliging them to seek to employ the labor of other households in order to fully utilize their capital, and thus to extract surplus value from the labor of their neighbors. Thus, as a result of combining the two groupings, Nemchinov felt able to delineate class membership in his sample. From the evidence of Table 5, there were 8 clearly kulak farms, or 0.96% of the sample. These were the farms that were both more than 15% entrepreneurial and classified American Samoa well off. On the other hand, there were 165 proletarian farms who were more than 15% dependent and classified American Samoa poor. The rest of the sample could be classified as either poor, middle, or well-to-do independent producers. Point 2. In his Urals research, Nemchinov had thus provided a trial run for a method of applying Kritsman's ideas in empirical research. His method attempted not only the examination of the extent of the relations through which, it was suggested, class formation was taking place, but also, through his combination of two groupings, the delineation of class groups and therefore of the emerging class structure of the peasantry. In his conclusion, Nemchinov turned to the further use of his approach. He thought it would be impracticable to fully analyze the data of all agrarian censuses using his scheme, and suggested that samples of no more than 10% or even 5% would be adequate to encompass the range of variation in any given area. In this way Nemchinov advocated the adoption of his approach nationally by the TS.S.U. so that a nationwide class analysis of the Soviet countryside would become possible as part of the annual data collection for the dynamic censuses. Over time, This would then reveal the changing class structure of the Soviet countryside as a commodity economy became established. 4. Kritsman's response to Nemchinov's research. Nemchinov's work marked a significant advance in the development of empirical research on the class structure of the peasantry. Kritsman greeted its publication with great enthusiasm and saw it as confirming the approach he had been developing in his 1925 articles. In particular, it confirms above all that capitalist farming on the basis of the hiring out of means of production is the basic form of capitalist farming in the Soviet countryside. Furthermore, Nemchinov provided important support in the argument against the views of the organization and production school that the peasant farm could be seen as a self-sufficient independent unit producing for its own needs from its own resources. Nemchinov had not only helped show that transactions between farms were a vital part of peasant agricultural production, but that they could be accounted for in research and built into a research approach aimed at discovering the class structure of the peasantry. However, Kritsman also suggested some criticisms and modifications of Nemchinov's scheme which were to be important in further empirical research which was to follow. Kritsman's basic criticism concerned Nemchinov's understanding of the terms dependence, independence, and entrepreneurship which he described as slipshod. Nemchinov had assumed that for each of his 4 categories of factors of production, a sufficient definition of independent use of them was that they were owned by a peasant household and used on the farm of that household. However, while this worked well enough for both Nemchinov's categories of basic and circulating capital, it worked less well for either labor power or land. As noted above, both Kritsman and Nemchinov had argued that agrarian capitalism was developing primarily out of the relations concerned with the hire and lease of means of production and that surplus value was appropriated not simply through the hire of labor power, but through the hire of labor power mediated through the hire and lease of the more scarce, and therefore in this context more basic, factors of working animals and farm stock. Nemchinov had accepted this as a general proposition but, Kritsman thought, had not fully incorporated it into the logic of his approach. This could be seen from Nemchinov's treatment of labor power and land in his scheme, where he regarded them as separate factors to be treated in the same way as, and on a par with, basic and circulating capital. For Kritsman, labor power and land could not be considered independently of the access to scarce means of production which allowed or denied their productive use. For Kritsman, Nemchinov was wrong, therefore, to treat labor power, for example, if it was a household's own labor power on its own farm, as independent. It was necessary to ask a further question about whose means of production made possible the household's cultivation of its own land. To the extent that it was the peasant's own means of production which was used, then his labor power could be considered an element of independent farming. If, however, the means of production used on the farm were hired from someone else, then surplus value would have been appropriated by their owner from the labor of the household which had hired them and therefore that household's labor should have been regarded as an element of dependence in the farm's production organization. Similarly, in relation to land, it could only be classified among elements of independence if the household which owned it also cultivated it with its own labor and own means of production. It was a mistake, therefore, Kritsman argued, to view labor power, land, and means of production separately from one another as Nemchinov had done. It should have been borne in mind that each was an element in the same transaction involving other factors of production. Following on from this criticism, Kritsman suggested a different approach to the question. In place of these unclear relations of dependence and entrepreneurship, it is necessary to put another with a more definite economic content, namely the relation of the means of production to labor power. This relation distinctively characterizes every farm looked at from a social class point of view. There were 3 pure forms of such relations between the means of production and labor power. 1. A household's own means of production in conjunction only with its own labor power, and its own labor power in conjunction only with its own means of production. This relationship was typical of a petit bourgeois farm. 2. A household's own means of production not used in conjunction with its own labor power, and only used in conjunction with the labor power of other households. This was typical of a capitalist farm. 3. A household's own labor power not used in conjunction with its own means of production but only in conjunction with the means of production of others. This was typical of a proletarian farm. There would, of course, also be intermediate types between the above pure types, made up of various combinations of the pure types. Furthermore, in making his modifications of Nemchinov's approach, Kritsman also suggested discarding the terminology of dependence, independence, and entrepreneurship, and replacing them by terms which more directly reflected the class tendencies he saw inherent in the situation, that is, capitalist, petit bourgeois and proletarian. Kritsman did not make his reasons for these changes clear, but they obviously reflected Kritsman's commitment to the view that the relations of exploitation revealed by Nemchinov's approach would result in the formation of distinct classes in the Soviet countryside if the tendencies were not arrested in time. With the above criticisms in mind, Kritsman also suggested revisions in Nemchinov's method of calculating the degrees of dependence, independence, and entrepreneurship within the peasantry. As noted above, Nemchinov had worked out the values separately of a series of different factors, each with its different meaning in terms of the class character of a farm, and had then added the values of each factor of each type to arrive at the relation between different tendencies. Kritsman, however, proposed to go more directly to the interrelations between aspects of a farm's operations in his method of calculation. For farms of a proletarian or semi-proletarian type, the relation of the household's own labor power used on its own farm to the sum of all its labor power should be calculated. Then, the relation of the value of its own means of production used on its own farm to the total value of all means of production used on its own farm should be calculated. The two figures obtained should then be multiplied to obtain the proportion of the household's own labor power used with its own means of production. For farms of a capitalist or semi-capitalist type, the relation of the household's own labor power to all labor power employed on the farm should be calculated. Then, the relation of the household's own means of production used on its farm to all means of production belonging to the household should be calculated. The two figures obtained should then be multiplied to obtain the proportion of the household's own means of production used by its own labor power. Kritsman illustrated this method of calculation using as his examples the same two farms used above to illustrate Nemchinov's scheme. For farm, which Nemchinov had calculated as 37.2% entrepreneurial, Kritsman argued as follows: of all the labor power employed on it, R365.00 worth belonged to that household while R351.00 worth was the labor power of other peasants. In other words, the household's own labor power constituted 51.0% of all the labor employed on its farm. The total value of the means of production used on this farm was R604.24, all of which belonged to the household. A further R11.00 belonging to the household was employed outside its own farm. In other words, 98.2% of the household's own means of production was used on its own farm. From the above figures it followed that the household's own labor was only employed on 51.0% of 98.2%, that is, 50.1% of the household's means of production. The meaning of this for Kritsman was that the independent elements of the farm, where its own labor power was used in conjunction with its own means of production, amounted to 50.1%, and therefore elements of entrepreneurship amounted to 49.9%, representing the proportion of the household's means of production employed through the exploitation of outside labor power. Thus, as opposed to Nemchinov's figure of 37.2% entrepreneurial, Kritsman's scheme produced the figure of 49.9%. For farm, which Nemchinov had found to be 126.63% dependent, Kritsman argued as follows: all labor power employed on the farm belonged to the owning household, to the value of R213.37, and in addition, R266.67 of the household's labor power was employed outside its own farm. In other words, 44.4% of the household's own labor was employed on its own farm. The household used all of its own means of production on its own farm, to the value of R10.67 and R29.23 worth of means of production belonging to others. In other words, the household's own means of production used on its own farm amounted to 26.7% of the total value of means of production used on it. Therefore, although 44.4% of the household's labor power was employed on its own farm, only 26.7% of this 44.4% was used in conjunction with its own means of production. That is, 11.9% of the farm's operation represented elements of independence. It followed therefore that the remaining 88.1% of the household's labor power was exploited through employment in conjunction with means of production belonging to others, so that the farm was 88.1% proletarian as opposed to Nemchinov's figure of 126.63% dependent. Whereas Nemchinov had calculated entrepreneurship and dependence as proportions of the independent elements of a farm, thus allowing a result embodying the rather awkward concept of a farm being more than 100% dependent, Kritsman calculated capitalist and proletarian elements as proportions of all the elements of a farm, so that his figures were true percentages. 3. Of course, the above examples, used for illustration, represented relatively straightforward farms in terms of their class character, that is either a mixture of capitalist/entrepreneurial and petit bourgeois/independent, or of proletarian/dependent and petit bourgeois/independent. In reality, however, many farms might have contained all three elements. In such cases, Kritsman suggested, it would be necessary in making calculations to take the difference between contradictory elements. For example, if a household both sold its own labor power and hired labor to work on its own farm, the difference between the two values would be taken, and this figure, representing either the extent to which capitalist elements predominated over proletarian elements or vice versa, would be used in the calculations as described above. Kritsman's modifications had two main advantages over Nemchinov's original scheme. First, Kritsman's approach was able to separate the different class components more accurately, in particular providing a more satisfactory means of identifying elements of independent production. Secondly, his method of working gave a more straightforward and plausible presentation of the class character of farms, representing the relative strengths as percentages of a total of 100%. In making his modifications, however, Kritsman omitted one factor which had been part of Nemchinov's scheme without really discussing why he had done so. In his initial criticisms of Nemchinov, Kritsman argued that a household's own labor power and its own land could not necessarily be assumed to represent elements of independence in a farm's operations, because their character would depend on whether they were used in conjunction with the household's own means of production. In his detailed modification, however, Kritsman dealt only with the different relations between labor power and means of production, but did not carry out a similar discussion for land. Obviously, labor power was of much greater significance for a discussion of class relations given its role as the source of value in Marxist theory, and it was particularly more significant than land in the conditions of the NEP, where land had been redistributed and could no longer be bought and sold. Nevertheless, since land still had a rental value, it should, perhaps, have still been of sufficient importance to be taken into account. It seems likely, however, that including land in the calculations would not have made a great difference to the results obtained. Kritsman's views on the relative importance of different factors for the overall class character of farms were reflected in his definition of peasant agriculture. Peasant farming is the farming of petty producers. A characteristic of them is the presence in their enterprise of their own means of production and its use by their own labor power. In other words, the relation between its own labor power and its own means of production alone can characterize a peasant farm. My grouping is constructed and based on the calculation of this relation. Independent peasant farming in its ideal typical form would be based on a correspondence between labor power and the means of production on the household's farm. To the extent that existing farms were moving away from independent farming, they would increasingly reveal a lack of correspondence between their own labor power and means of production. In the face of this lack of correspondence in a petty commodity economy, peasant farms were increasingly obliged either to turn their means of production into capital or to see their labor power alienated as a commodity. In essence, therefore, Kritsman's approach involved the juxtaposition of 6 elements: own farm, others farm, own means of production, others means of production, own labor power and others labor power. It was impossible, Kritsman warned, to construct any general theory about how these 6 elements were interrelated. This was something to be specified in relation to the object of study by empirical investigation. His proposed research approach would do this, by specifying what interrelations of the 6 elements were to be found in peasant farms in order to identify qualitative or typological categories of farms, and by calculating the extent in value terms to which different farms consisted of different combinations of the 6 elements. Farms would not necessarily be made up of simple combinations of elements. Many would comprise complex and contradictory combinations with different connotations for class membership. It was for this reason that Kritsman agreed with Nemchinov that a quantitative aspect of the grouping was also required in order to discover which class characteristics were predominant within the whole contradictory complex relations of any given farm. On this basis, Kritsman and others went on to develop empirical research on the nature of class relations within the Russian peasantry. Most of the surveys carried out by the Kritsman group were based on a combination of simple household survey and an adapted form of the more complex peasant budget survey methods which had been developed by Chayanov and other members of the organization and production school, some of them using double-entry bookkeeping to plot the various processes and transactions involved in the organization of peasant farms. The results obtained were then used to classify farms according to which kinds of relations were predominant in their operations, that is, into exploiting, independent and exploited peasant farms. 5. The Volokolamsk research. The next study to apply Kritsman's ideas was carried out by Anisimov, Vermanichev, and Naumov in the flax-growing region of Volokolamsk near Moscow. This was also the first study to use the budget survey method for a study of peasant class relations. Their approach was to record the monetary value of their sample farms' transactions, and using double-entry accounting, to assess the nature of the various processes and transactions involved in the organization of the peasant farms. The results obtained were then used to classify farms according to which kind of relations were found to be predominant in their operations, that is, into exploiting or exploited peasant farms. Having produced detailed accounts of their sample of peasant farms, the researchers assembled the following data. 1. The value of all means of production belonging to a household. This included both fixed and circulating capital used both in agriculture and in other productions such as crafts. This value was represented by a 2. The value of the household's own means of production leased out to other households. This was represented by b. 3. The value of others' means of production employed on a household's own farm. This included both animals and farm stock which had been hired by the household and circulating capital such as seed or cash which had been borrowed by the household. This was represented by c. 4. The value of all the labor power of a household, including labor provided by its own members for its own agricultural, craft or trading activities, as well as labor hired and sold by it. This was represented by d. 5. The value of the household's own labor power employed in its own farm or other activities. This was represented by e. 6. The value of the labor power hired by a household from outside for work on its own farm or other activities. This was represented by f. 7. The value of the labor power sold by a household to others. This was represented by g. Having established the above values for any given farm, the extent of independent production relative to either proletarian or capitalist tendencies could then be calculated using the following method derived from Kritsman. First, for households selling their own labor or hiring stock, the relation of the value of the household's own means of production used in its own production to all means of production used by it was represented by XP, where, secondly, for the same type of households, the relation of their own labor power used on their own farm to all of their labor was represented by YP, where The ratio of independent elements to proletarian elements was then worked out by multiplying XP by YP and multiplying the result by 100. This gave the extent of independent elements expressed as a percentage of all activities of the household. The degree of proletarianization as a percentage of the total was then obtained simply by subtracting the figure for independent elements from 100. A similar method was used in respect of households with capitalist tendencies. For those households leasing out stock or hiring labor, the relation of the household's own means of production used on its own farm or other business to all of its means of production was represented by XK, where the relation of the household's own labor power used on its own farm or business to all labor power used by it was represented by YK, where by multiplying XK and YK and multiplying the result by 100, the percentage of independent elements was found, and if this figure was subtracted from 100, the percentage of capitalist elements was obtained. By pioneering their new use of budget research, Anisimov and his colleagues believed they had actually provided enough details on the production relations of farms finally to fulfill demands made by Kritsman and Nemchinov for a grouping which synthesized qualitative indicators, and directly to measure tendencies of class formation. On the basis of their results, they suggested that the Volokolamsk peasantry should be divided into 5 groups representing various tendencies and degrees of class formation, as follows. I. Proletarian households with a small plot of land. 2. Semi-proletarian households, farming but with elements of proletarianization. 3. Small commodity-producing households which could develop in either class direction. 4. Semi-capitalist households with rudiments of capitalist farming, evolving on a capitalist path. V. Capitalist, predominantly small capitalist, households. The problem was, however, that although the research produced much evidence on relations of exploitation between households, and although it was able to measure the extent to which households were exploiting, exploited, or independent, the exact boundaries of different groups within the peasantry remained difficult to work out. Given that they were dealing with a continuing process, it would always be somewhat arbitrary for the researchers to draw clear boundaries at any particular point between households. Thus, even after the impressive methodological advances in their research, there still remained a final stage which involved exercising intuition concerning, for example, exactly what percentage of capitalist tendencies constituted a small capitalist, as opposed to a semi-capitalist household, or where to draw the line between proletarian and semi-proletarian, or, even more difficult, what range of percentage points of either value sign should constitute the middle group of small commodity producers. In the sample there were no cases where a household was 100% capitalist, proletarian, or independent. They were all more complex hybrids, involving elements of at least independent farming with either capitalist or proletarian tendencies, and in some cases, with mixtures of all 3 characteristics. The solution decided upon by the research team, no doubt under the influence of Nemchinov's earlier research, but with distinct differences in their chosen boundaries, was as follows. In order to provide support for the grouping of their sample in this way, Anisimov and his colleagues provided the following table showing the differences between their chosen groups according to the various criteria shown. The presentation of data in Table 8 helped confirm the validity of the research and its grouping of households in a number of ways. First, it could be shown that the most proletarianist households were also the poorest groups in terms of the total value of means of production, and that their own means of production on their own farm was the lowest for any group. Linking this to the fact that the value of their labor power on their own farm was also the lowest for any group, it was clear that they had insufficient means of production to employ their own labor power effectively on their own farm, for it could also be seen that the relative well-being of farms on all these counts improved progressively from the most proletarian through to the most capitalist group. Secondly, it could be shown that there was a clear divide between the capitalist-oriented groups who bought labor power and leased out means of production, and the proletarian-oriented groups who all sold labor power and hired means of production. It seems that the grouping was so accurately delineated that no farms in the capitalist-oriented groups 4 and V hired any stock or sold any labor power, and no farms in the proletarian-oriented groups I, 2 and 3 leased out any stock or hired any labor. Furthermore, in the case of labor power, the more capitalist the group the more labor power it bought, while the more proletarian the group the more labor power it sold. In relation to means of production, the situation was slightly more complicated in that while the more capitalist the farm the more it leased out stock, and while the marginally proletarian group 3 hired less stock than the more proletarian group 2, the most proletarian group I also hired less stock than group 2. Although the research team did not discuss this, it can probably be explained by the tendency of Group I households to live mainly by wage labor with only a subsidiary plot so that they would not have been strongly motivated to hire much stock. Overall, the researchers felt able to conclude that the figures showed our method of grouping more or less reveals the socio-economic types of farm. In that the research did give a clear picture of the production relations of peasant farming and a grouping of households which corresponded with the data on such relations, their claim was quite justified and their research was received with great interest by their colleagues. However, it also met with some criticism and some disappointment in that Anisimov and his group never went on to produce a detailed analysis of the characteristics of peasant farms in each of the class groups they had identified. In this, their work was less interesting than some of the later studies by the agrarian Marxists, which were in fact based on less sophisticated data than the Volokolamsk study. 6. The Samara research. Further studies followed the basic research approach adopted in the Volokolamsk study, but each also contributed methodological innovations of its own. For example, the next survey, carried out by Vermanichev, Geister, and Rivik in Samara Gubernia, tried out a simpler system of measurement of the various inter-household relations under study. To begin with, the approach adopted by the researchers was to examine each kind of relationship separately to find out the best way in practice of measuring it, and then after that, to find a way of expressing all the different measurements on a common scale. Each relation was therefore measured in terms of different indicators. The hire and sale of labor power was measured in numbers of days of the duration of the transaction, lease of stock and animals was measured in terms of the cash income received from it, hire of stock and animals in terms of the numbers and kinds of items hired, the rent of land in deciatins rented, and the leasing out of land in terms of the proportion of leased land to the total land of the farm. In order to bring together the profusion of measurements, a common scale was chosen based on a system of allocating points. Varying numbers of points were allocated according to the degree of exploitation, measured on a scale of positive numbers, or the degree of dependence, measured on a scale of negative numbers. The translation of the different measurements onto the points scale was carried out as follows. In this way, the household survey data was processed in order to carry out a class analysis. Like the approach using money values, the points system approach allowed both the placing of households into class groups, and was flexible enough to achieve a balance between the different class tendencies that many households displayed. By expressing different relations on a common scale of points, it was still possible to allow one set of class tendencies to strengthen or modify another in determining a household's overall character. For example, a household which hired a laborer for 20 days and leased out 25 rubles worth of stock in a year would be accorded respectively +3 points and +2 points. Each of these scores by themselves would indicate a small producer household with tendencies towards entrepreneurial activity. However, added together the score of +5 points would indicate a semi-capitalist farm. Thus each score would strengthen the other to determine the overall class character of the household. 2 minus scores together would similarly reinforce each other to reveal a proletarian household. On the other hand, contradictory points scores would cancel each other out. For example, a household might hire a worker for 100 days in a year, thus showing clear signs of being a semi-capitalist farm, but it might also have hired simple items of stock and have sold 9 days of labor power, thereby reducing its overall score to +3 points, making it a small producer farm with entrepreneurial tendencies. The range of possible permutations allowed in the scheme was extensive, and Kritsman, in his introduction to the research report, calculated that 85 different permutations were theoretically possible. Using the approach outlined above, the research produced results which gave a breakdown of the sample as shown in Table 9 below. As can be seen from this table, with only minor irregularities, the figures showed a general situation where the higher the class grouping of a household, the more labor it hired, the more extra land it rented, and the more stock and working animals it leased out. Conversely, the lower the class grouping, the more labor power a household sold, the more of its own land it leased out, and the more stock and animals it was obliged to hire. The research team clearly felt their approach had been vindicated by the clarity of the results obtained, but, at the same time they also pointed to further improvements which could be made. While they thought their system of classification had proved to be more accurate than others, using different indicators, they were still some way from clearly identifying classes in the countryside. In common with other applications of Kritsman's ideas, what they had delineated were class groups, that is, groups sharing certain class tendencies or characteristics. Two further lines of inquiry seemed also to be necessary, they argued, in order to verify the degree to which the class characteristics revealed by their research corresponded to information about peasant life. First, it was necessary to analyze in detail the character of relations between the different groups they had identified, and to examine the precise nature of social and economic differences between them. Secondly, a further means of classifying households was needed to complement the scheme described above, which would show the extent to which a farm had a firm enough basis for accumulation or a weak enough basis that it would really be a candidate for proletarianization. A. Social relations and production characteristics of the groups within the peasantry. For the groups we have arrived at to qualify as class types, it is necessary to analyze the character of their social relations and to examine a whole series of economic differences between one type and another. Only after this can we proceed with scientific validity to make clear the quantitative relations of class types and to establish their character. Table 9. Characteristics of farms in each class group. With this end in mind, the authors, having set out their methods and discussed some problems entailed in them, went on to a detailed examination of peasant social relations in their chosen area. They devoted separate chapters to detailed descriptions of the hire and sale of labor power in agriculture, the hire and lease of stock and animals, rent relations, credit relations, forms of collective organization in peasant agriculture, agricultural cooperation, and wine production. Providing a wealth of figures, they tried to give support to Kritsman's account, drawn from his review of earlier Soviet peasant studies, where he had portrayed peasant farming as permeated by exploitative relations, and argued that truly independent farming was a rarity. Following Kritsman, Vermanichev and his colleagues saw exploitative relations as offering opportunities for some households to begin a process of capital accumulation while others were increasingly proletarianist. However, also in line with Kritsman's ideas, they pointed to counter-tendencies, which to some extent they could identify in the Samara countryside, which meant that exploitative relations would not necessarily lead to a rapid take-off of capitalist development. We can expect a fairly clear-cut division of different socio-economic types at the extreme ends. Along with this, we must always keep in mind also the general situation in which this stratification proceeds, and which is distinctly different from the conditions of stratification under capitalism. The nationalization of land, of basic means of production in industry and transport, of the sources of credit, and cooperative development all give the proletarian state the possibility of strengthening its economic influence on agriculture in the direction of its socialist reconstruction. However, despite such general influences on agriculture, the immediate situation was still one where the possibilities for exploitation, and therefore class differentiation, were growing. Even if capitalism was not clearly emerging in the short term, clear differences between groups were becoming noticeable in various aspects of their existence. Vermanichev and his colleagues went on to examine a number of aspects of household structure and production to show how groups displayed regular differences from each other. These could be seen in family size and structure, in patterns of land use and crop cultivation, ownership of various means of production, sources of non-agricultural employment, and patterns of involvement in the market. Differences in household size and structure are shown in Table 10 below. Households in more capitalist-oriented groups tended to be bigger and were far less likely to be without male workers than households in more proletarian-oriented groups. This latter fact probably reflected the ravages of war, which had weakened a number of households and contributed to their proletarianization by depriving them of young men. Households in the middle of the range tended to have slightly more male workers than households in extreme groups, but female workers were more numerous in lower-class households. In the semi-capitalist Group V there was a slightly lower proportion of both male and female workers than in groups beneath them. Such tendencies may well have been accounted for by the possibility for more family members of not working on the farm in the higher groups than in the lower groups. Further significant differences were noted in patterns of land holding. Households whose lands had been consolidated into single units separate from the communal arrangements of the rest of the village were much more common in more capitalist-oriented groups, as also was membership of a cooperative production unit. More capitalist-oriented groups were also shown to have more land at their disposal for cultivation, and to have made more extensive use of it. As can be seen from Table 12 below, a higher proportion of arable land was actually sown by upper-class groups than lower-class groups. This was explained partly by the fact that more upper-class households had consolidated lands rather than the small strips with narrow margins between them to allow access, which decreased the area of land actually sown in the Obshchina system, and partly by the fact that the upper groups rented more land and in doing so only rented the amount of land they wished to sow and not the fallow which accompanied it. When it came to the pattern of crops sown, however, the differences between groups were not nearly so marked as might have been thought. Although Table 13 below shows some differences between groups, notably that upper groups devoted more of their sowing to oats and grasses, the size of such differences would not seem to suggest radically different forms of production organization or orientation to the market between groups. The researchers explained this as a result of the influence of the Obshchina on production. Only when a farmer had consolidated fields, they argued, and when he had the freedom to cultivate what and how much he wanted, could he make any far-reaching changes. Within the Obshchina the communal rules limited the extent to which changes were possible. Although a household could extend its cultivation by renting land, there was no incentive to make long-term improvements on rented land, and in any case, rented land was still subject to communal rules governing the rotation of groups in the three-field system prevalent in the area. Although some changes were possible, for example by using improved seeds and fertilizer, new crops, different patterns of weeding and improved machinery, if such changes were introduced on some strips while the neighboring strips continued to be farmed by old methods, the extent and efficacy of the changes was likely to be limited. The researchers attempted to provide support for their argument by referring to the information contained in the bottom line of Table 13 on the sowing of the 14 households of the semi-capitalist Group V which had split off from the commune. The cultivation of these farms showed greater differences from the general pattern than did the cultivation of Group V as a whole, signifying the more extensive changes in production organization of farms beginning to develop as capitalist enterprises rather than simply expanding their sowing or building up surpluses of means of production for leasing out. In contrast to the data on crops, the figures for the ownership of animals and stock showed clear differences between the groups. As shown in Table 14 below, not only did the upper groups own more horses than their weaker neighbors, but the more entrepreneurial a farm, the more likely it was to have younger horses and more valuable horses. Such farms also owned greater quantities and higher values of farm stock, the differences here being much wider than for horses. Taking into account the greater ownership of animals and stock among the upper groups and the high proportions of farms without key means of production in the lower groups, the scope for exploitation between households can clearly be seen. As well as providing information on issues which were central to the approach proposed by Kritsman and Nemchinov, the Samara study was notable for its breadth of scope, including information also on other aspects of peasant life and production. Unusually in Russian peasant studies, the Samara survey produced quite detailed information on non-agricultural employment, both on the 18 households in the sample where agriculture was not the main source of income, and on subsidiary non-agricultural occupations of households which were mainly dependent on agriculture. As with some of the other studies of the agrarian Marxist writers, the Samara researchers attempted to find a way of incorporating non-agricultural activities into their classification of households. Of the households where agriculture was only a subsidiary activity, 4 were placed in Group I as proletarians. These were the families of workers in the wine factory or on the railway. In Group 2 were placed 3 households of small handicraftsmen, who sold labor for part of the year and leased out their land to more prosperous farmers. The remaining 11 households were a mixture of small traders and professionals who also cultivated their plots, often with the help of hired labor. According to the extent of their means of production and of their involvement in the hire or sale of labor power, they were mostly put in Group 3, with 2 each in Groups 4 and V. Table 14. Ownership of animals and stock in each class group. Among the households with subsidiary non-agricultural activities, the researchers found that entrepreneurial activities such as miller and carrier were concentrated in Group V along with those engaged in professional work. Small craftsmen such as blacksmiths and carpenters were mainly in Groups 2, 3, and 4, and part-time non-agricultural wage workers were mainly in Groups I and II. The researchers did not develop their discussion of non-agricultural activities any further, and so, unfortunately, they offered no real analysis of non-agricultural activities as a source of capital accumulation. However, in the context of their time, the limited discussion in the Samara study stood out. In general, in both its scope and depth, the Samara study promised well for the work the agrarian Marxists might have gone on to do if they had had the chance. As can be seen from the figures provided above, the Samara researchers were not simply concerned to replace stratification indices with an improved index of class position, but they sought to explore the extent to which emerging class relations permeated peasant production. By examining the organization of peasant production in the context of the relations of exploitation peasant farms were engaged in, they tried to establish to what extent either capitalist forms of organization of farming were developing, or exploitation continued through the relations of a petty commodity economy. As such, it was the first detailed study of peasant society in a chosen area of the countryside which not only experimented with new methods of identifying class tendencies, but also used the approach it was developing to classify peasant households and organize empirical findings within the framework of its classification. It was the first study to offer detailed descriptions of the characteristics of different groups within the peasantry defined by their class tendencies rather than their position on a scale of stratification. In all this, it was a very valuable piece of work. B. The identification of classes within the peasantry. The main methodological concern of the Samara research, like the Volokolamsk research before it, was to identify and measure the extent of exploitation between peasant households, to classify households in terms of their overall balance between exploiting and dependent tendencies, and thereby to make a judgment about the likelihood of capitalist farming emerging. The Volokolamsk researchers had not attempted to go any further than this. But, as was noted above, Nemchinov had suggested that the study of class formation could be taken one stage further by also classifying households by a measure of their economic strength as a means of assessing the likelihood of an exploiting position providing a basis for accumulation, or an exploited position providing the basis for proletarianization. Like Nemchinov, and in contrast to the Volokolamsk study, the Samara study tried to incorporate such a second classification of households. Since the starting point for the formation of class groups is a concentration of the means of production by one group and the separation of these means of production from another, then it is quite clear that the analysis of production relations for the determination of class types must be conducted in connection with an analysis of the economic strength of different types, and only a combination of these two indicators, production relations and economic strength, can guarantee us the most well-founded results. The particular indicator chosen to represent the economic strength of households was the total value of all basic means of production, excluding land owned by a farm. In this they differed from Nemchinov, who had used annual expenditure on constant capital. The reason for their choice was, the researchers argued, that it reflected well the main operations of the farm, that is both its expenditure of labor and its extent of land use. Other possible indicators considered were the size of a farm's annual income and the total value of a farm's production, but figures on these were less easily available and, it was thought, were more subject to fluctuation, and therefore less reliable as measures of a farm's strength as opposed to its particular performance at a given time. Having acquired their figures, the farms in their sample were then classified into 4 groups according to the value of their means of production. The proportions of the sample in each group were as follows: Group A, up to 250 rubles, 32.0%, Group B, 251 to 500 rubles, 31.4%, Group C, 501 to 1000 rubles, 27.0%, Group D, more than 1000 rubles, 9.6%. This grouping was used to modify the results of the grouping based on relations of exploitation in order to give a clearer picture of the farms actually in a position to accumulate or to become proletarianist. By cross-classifying the 2 groupings, the groups defined in terms of the value of their means of production were found to be distributed among the class groups as follows. A comparison of this kind was able to show 2 things. First, it was able to provide further support for the argument made several times already by the agrarian Marxists that there were wide differences between the results of indirect indices and direct indices of class relations. Secondly, it could be used to refine the results of the survey to identify more clearly classes rather than groups with class tendencies. On this basis, Group V was split into a class of petty capitalists and a group of semi-capitalist households. At the other end of the scale, Group I was split into proletarian and semi-proletarian households depending on whether wage labor was or was not the chief source of household income. The final classification of agricultural households produced by the research is shown in Table 16 below. Of the 710 households in the sample, 679 were described as agricultural, that is, they made their living mainly by farming, while the remaining 31 were non-agricultural in that, although most of them continued to work their own plot of land, their main source of income was outside farming. See Kritsman on the Samara research. While the Samara research was critically acclaimed as an empirical study of the peasantry of a particular region in terms of a class analysis, as noted above, it should be seen primarily as a pilot study and as a part of the development of a new research approach to the class differentiation of the peasantry. As such, the Samara study was both welcomed and critically discussed by Kritsman, who wrote an article reviewing the successes and the problems of the research, which was published as a foreword to the book. Table 16. The modified class groups and their characteristics. In general, Kritsman was positive about the results of the Samara researchers. The Samara expedition showed above all that, the questionnaire produced was fully able to give an account of all the basic antagonistic social relations in the countryside. In fact, Kritsman found the results sufficiently useful to analyze them himself and draw out various additional points to those made by the authors. He was particularly interested in figures relating to the hire of labor, which he found to be useful for a refutation of the assumption, common among non-Marxist writers, that it was mainly households without able-bodied male workers which hired labor, and that therefore the hire of labor could not be taken as a sign of capitalist tendencies. In the Samara results, Kritsman found the following figures. The higher levels of households without male workers selling their remaining labor power rather than hiring extra labor led Kritsman to the conclusion that, the lack of their own male workers does not lead at all to higher labor power from others, but, on the contrary, to sell its own labor power. More generally, the findings of the Samara study were of interest to Kritsman because, in a different way, they confirmed the findings of the Volokolamsk and Ural surveys, and Kritsman's own review of earlier literature, that the majority of peasant households did not farm without engaging in transactions involving labor power, live or dead stock or land where they were either exploiting others or being exploited. However, the wealth of detail provided by the Samara research enabled Kritsman to draw out a further observation that, for the most part, the upper and lower groups were involved in transactions either with others in their own groups or with the other extreme group, while households in the middle group were mainly involved in transactions with each other. Kritsman's main interest, however, was not in the details of the research findings but in the methodology. Although in many ways Kritsman thought the Samara research had successfully achieved a class analysis of the kind he had suggested, this had not been achieved without problems. In general, Kritsman found the grouping used to be cumbersome and lacking clarity. Furthermore, he listed a number of more particular criticisms. First, there was the problem of including rent and lease of land among the indicators of class tendencies where, Kritsman argued, the authors themselves had said that these transactions did not determine class relations. Echoing his earlier criticisms of Nemchinov, Kritsman clearly thought it illogical to use transactions involving land in the conditions of the 1920s when the land had only recently been redistributed and when land could not be bought and sold. In such conditions, it did not seem to Kritsman that land could figure as an important basis for exploitation, even in areas of extensive grain cultivation. Secondly, it seemed particularly misleading to Kritsman to separate agricultural from non-agricultural households according to their main source of income. Instead, he argued, it should have been possible to account for the sale and hire of labor, whether in or outside agriculture, in the same terms. For example, a household might sell labor power for 30 days in a year to be employed in agriculture by other peasant households, which would be allocated 3 points, signifying a weak but not fully proletarian household. However, if the household also sold 20 days of labor power to industry or craft production, in a more comprehensive approach the household could have been allocated extra minus points to make it clearly proletarian. Even if the failure to incorporate non-agricultural activities effectively in the scheme would not have made a vast difference to the Samara results, such possible sources of error needed to be eliminated, bearing in mind possible further applications of the approach in areas where non-agricultural labor was more important. Thirdly, Kritsman was unhappy about aspects of the method of allocating points. In some cases, he thought, the method adopted by the Samara researchers could give very misleading results and, in particular, incorporated a bias towards a large middle group of independent producers. For example, to take a rather extreme example, a household could hire 560 person-days of labor, thus giving plus 5 points, while at the same time, it could sell 60 days of labor power, thus giving 5 points. The balance of points in this case would be 0, indicating an independent petty commodity producing household, whereas in reality it would be more likely to be a capitalist farm making extensive use of hired labor. For Kritsman, the problem lay in treating the hire and sale of labor separately from each other. If a balance was taken of the number of days of hire and sale before the points were allocated, the balance would be the number of days for which points would be allocated, in this case almost certainly indicating a capitalist farm. 5. Finally, Kritsman declared the criteria for allocating points to be arbitrary. Why, for example, he asked, should the hire of labor power for 10 days, the leasing out of up to 10 rubles worth of stock and the rent of up to 2 desiatins of land all receive the same number of points? As noted above, the Samara researchers did not offer much discussion of their reasons for the points scores they chose. For Kritsman, their judgments were necessarily arbitrary because the only way they could have had a firm basis for making them would have been if they had had data on the values of gains and losses in various transactions between households. Such information would have required a detailed budget study and, although Kritsman did not make the point explicitly, presumably he felt that a research approach of the kind used in Samara would have to be accompanied by a smaller-scale budget study to provide it with basic information for deciding classification criteria. Despite the significance of the results of the Samara research, and the superiority of its approach to studies based on the use of indicators such as sown area or ownership of working animals, for Kritsman the Samara research in a sense, had still used indirect indicators. Households were assessed and classified according to, for example, how much labor they had hired, or stock they had rented. In itself, such measures could only indirectly reflect the extent of value expropriated, and they could not, therefore, provide direct measures of exploitation. Therefore, implicit here also, although not clearly stated by Kritsman, was the judgment that studies of the class differentiation of the peasantry needed to be based on the detailed results of budget studies. In this context, a further criticism, not discussed by Kritsman, can also be introduced. The Samara research, based on a questionnaire survey, was heavily dependent on the judgments and memories of individual peasants as to how much of various factors they had bought, sold, hired, leased, or rented. Again, budget methods, especially where a peasant householder was required to keep some regular accounts during the year, might have overcome some of the problems with the reliability of the information that the Samara researchers faced. Even without accounts kept regularly during the year, the greater detail of budget figures could have provided some kind of check on the opinions of householders reflected in the wider-based household survey. However, the various criticisms of the Samara research should be seen in the context of a continuing collective enterprise, involving various trial surveys, with the general aim of refining methods of studying class relations and class structure in peasant agriculture. 6 Further progress would not have been possible without the lessons drawn, positive and negative, from studies like those in Samara and Volokolamsk. As suggested above, on a number of counts, the Samara research can still be seen as a landmark in the development of Soviet rural sociology. The above studies have been discussed in detail in order to illustrate the approach of Kritsman and his colleagues, the range of methods under trial, and the problems they encountered in attempting to find the best indices of rural class relations. A few other studies of particular regions were carried out by members of the group in the 1920s, and although Sulkovsky's work in particular matched the Samara study in its interest and wealth of detail, no final decisions were made on all the discussions of method. Kritsman and his colleagues probably hoped for the application of their approach on a much larger scale and perhaps its incorporation into the nationwide surveys of the TS.S.U. Indeed, towards the end of the 1920s, two leading members of the group, Nemchinov and Geister, were already experimenting in this direction. Nemchinov, after his Urals research, turned his attention to reforms in the organization of mass household censuses, and the dynamic surveys 7 in particular. He advocated a change from the use of natural indicators such as sown area, to value indicators which would give a value expression of the capacity of any given farm. Nemchinov's suggested approach involved two parallel groupings of farms, one using the total value of a household's means of production as its indicator, in order to measure the economic strength of a farm, and the other, a purely qualitative grouping to attempt to classify farms into class types. This second grouping used a combination of indicators including the hire and sale of labor, the hiring and letting out of animals and stock, the extent of sowing and the nature of engagement in promysly aid by households. However, given the nature of the data available on the mass household censuses, none of these indicators of possible class tendency could be quantified. While it can be argued that Nemchinov had devised the best approach possible in the circumstances for the analysis of mass data, nevertheless, it still contained many of the general problems with the use of indirect indicators. Moreover, unlike his earlier scheme used in his Urals research, a quantitative classification using an indirect indicator was now given priority and a purely qualitative classification was to be used to modify its results. In the Urals research, a typological classification of class types had been given priority. Secondly, there was a particular problem with the intervals chosen by Nemchinov to distinguish groups of different economic strengths. The particular bands chosen by Nemchinov were, without means of production, total value of 1, 200 R, 201, 400 R, 401, 800 R, 801, 1600 R, more than 1600 R. The same intervals were to be used for all regions and types of farming, the main stipulation being that the richest and poorest farms in a given band according to the value of their means of production should not have a total value more than double the corresponding farms in the group below them. Clearly, this was a further arbitrary formulation revealing the abstract nature of the stratification it produced, not clearly related to existing relations and conditions in any particular region or locality. Thirdly, in relation to the qualitative classification, the lack of any quantitative element in this scheme meant not only that the extent of any particular household's class tendency could not be indicated, but also that there was no way of measuring which was the dominant class tendency in households with mixed and contradictory characteristics. Given the large number of such households revealed by other agrarian Marxist research, this must have been a major weakness. A similar approach to analyzing mass census data, entailing similar problems, can be seen in the work of A. Geister. While on a smaller scale than the nationwide dynamic census which Nemchinov was concerned with, Geister's work was in some ways more interesting because he used his scheme of classification as the basis for a study of various social and economic characteristics of the Soviet peasantry, thus going beyond the more methodological concerns predominant in Nemchinov's work. Alongside his participation in the Samara research, Geister's other main contribution to agrarian Marxist research was his leading role in analyzing the social structure of the peasantry on a wider scale using data from peasant budget surveys carried out by the TS.S.U. in 1925-6. In all, this study analyzed 1,242 peasant budgets in different regions of the USSR, including the North Caucasus, the steppe and forest steppe regions of the Ukraine, Novosibirsk Okrug, Smolensk Gubernia, and Tambov Gubernia. The data gave a detailed and comprehensive picture of peasant production and inter-household relations in a varied range of agricultural regions. Geister's book contains 7 main chapters, giving a survey of the results of the agrarian revolution, a discussion of peasant farm income, an analysis of differences in the structure and organization of farms in different class groups within the peasantry, and discussions of the rent and lease of land, the hire and lease of cattle and stock, the hire and sale of labor power, and the interrelations of classes and groups in the countryside. In conducting his analysis, Geister used 2 different groupings of households. First, he used an indicator of the economic strength of households, classifying them into strata according to the total value of their means of production, and secondly, he classified them into class groups in terms of their predominant relations of exploitation. The first grouping yielded 5 groups. Smallest farms with up to 200 are in their means of production. Small farms with 201, 500 are in their means of production. Middle farms with 501, 800 are in their means of production. Upper middle farms with 801, 1400 are in their means of production. Large farms with more than 1400 are in their means of production. Apart from sharing similar economic positions, Geister also suggested that households in the same group shared social characteristics in terms of their sources of income. While in smaller households wage labor was an important source of income, in middle and large households income from their own farm was more important, and in larger households the significance of income from leasing out cattle and stock also increased. In general, in terms of relations likely to give rise to class differentiation, Geister found that the middle groups of farms are characterized by the least spread of antagonistic relations. For his second grouping, Geister followed the by now established lines of agrarian Marxist research, using data on inter-household relations for his indicators. However, unlike the previous studies, where the surveys had been designed with Kritsman's approach in mind, Geister had to use the data available from the TS.S.U. budget studies and was consequently more limited in his choice of indicators. On the basis of the available information, Geister devised the following scheme. A. Proletarian and semi-proletarian households. I. Proletarian households selling labor for more than 50 days. 2. Semi-proletarian households selling labor for 20 to 50 days, hiring animals for more than 20 days, hiring stock for more than 10 days. B. Independent producers. 3. Seredniak households selling or hiring labor for up to 20 days, hiring or leasing out cattle for up to 20 days, hiring or leasing out stock for up to 10 days. 4. Entrepreneurial households hiring labor for 20 to 50 days, leasing out cattle for more than 20 days, leasing out stock for more than 10 days, renting more than 2 deciatins of arable land or more than 5 deciatins of meadow. C. Small capitalist farms. v. Semi-capitalist and small capitalist farms hiring labor for more than 50 days. Using the more sophisticated data of budget surveys rather than household surveys, Geister was able to produce a more complex scheme than Nemchinov's, incorporating some measure of the extent of different relations if only in rather general units of time. However, the basis for Geister's choice of cut-off points between class groups was, as he admitted himself, somewhat conditional. Without knowledge of all the local norms which would enable him to determine to what extent the various transactions represented signs of exploitation or dependence, Geister was at a disadvantage compared with the specific local surveys. His solution was to take as his guide the average figures for each indicator of each of the 5 groups defined by the value of means of production and the class groups he was attempting to identify. This point was implied in his remark quoted above about households in the same stratum sharing social as well as economic characteristics. Such an assumption, however, must be highly debatable since, instead of making a break from indirect indicators, Geister was in fact using them to be able to introduce a quantitative element into his direct indicators of class relations. Equally debatable was Geister's next step. On the basis of the grouping criteria described above, Geister proceeded to develop a classification of the agricultural population as a whole in 4 regions of the USSR, the Ukraine, the Urals, the North Caucasus, and Novosibirsk Okrug. For this, Geister extrapolated from his analysis of the peasant budgets to the TS.S.U. Dynamic Household Survey of 1925, which covered a total of around 21 million households. Geister acknowledged that such an approach involved many problems, but nevertheless, he thought it would give at least an approximate outline of the rural class structure of the Soviet Union. The results of this exercise are shown below in Table 18. The chief conclusion drawn by Geister from his analysis was that the Soviet countryside was still overwhelmingly Serednyak. The 3 sets of regional figures shown in Table 18 were for regions where class differentiation had proceeded further than the average for the USSR as a whole, and therefore in some regions, the proportion of Serednyak households was higher than shown in the table. Using his classification of class types, Geister then went on to explore various aspects of the production characteristics of the different classes. He was able to demonstrate clear shortages of animals and stock among the lower groups and concentrations of these factors among the upper groups. To a lesser extent there were also differences in sown area, with the upper groups cultivating more land than the lower groups, per household. In general, for Geister, his analysis of the situation confirmed the views of himself and his colleagues that the development of commodity production was giving rise slowly to the development of capitalist relations between households, widening the labor market, giving rise to proletarianization and creating disparities in the distribution of means of production, enabling significant exploitation between households. Geister's study, while based on a smaller population than Nemchinov's, was able to produce a more sophisticated analysis thanks to the greater complexity of material available in the budget survey data he used. Also, following on the study of Samara, he was able to add further to the analysis of different aspects and problems of peasant farming presented explicitly in an organizing framework which accepted a class-differentiated peasantry to exist. As such, it provided some useful details and marked another step in building an alternative body of knowledge to be available to policy makers, economists, and agronomists to that built up by the organization and production school. Given these qualities, recent commentators and many contemporaries gave Geister's work a generally favorable reception. However, it also attracted a number of criticisms. While it was praised as a worthy attempt to use the available mass data of the TSSU, part of the value in doing this was seen to be that Geister had identified certain problems both in the data and in the ways of analyzing it, rather than that the actual results obtained were necessarily valid as an account of the Soviet rural class structure as a whole. As far as the TS.S.U. budget data were concerned, it had not been collected with the purpose of class analysis in mind, and in many ways its categories were unsuitable for such a purpose. In his introduction to Geister's book, Kritsman provided a useful background survey of the history of Russian agrarian statistics, showing how some of the concepts and understandings of peasant farming, which were still implicit in the TS.S.U. figures, reflected ideological positions inimical to a Marxist class analysis. As Kritsman pointed out, one of the chief of these understandings resulted in a tendency to concentrate on middle peasant households in the figures. Such a bias was clear in the figures used by Geister where, according to Kritsman, the top and bottom groups in terms of value of means of production were both underrepresented. Through a series of manipulations using other data from the TS.S.U. surveys, Kritsman, in his introduction, attempted to assess the extent of such a bias in the figures used by Geister. Moreover, echoing Kritsman's points, Naumov showed further ways in which the TS.S.U. figures mystified class differentiation. Although an improvement on some earlier figures provided by the TS.S.U. on the hire of labor, Naumov argued that the figures used by Geister still mixed up transactions which would, in fact, have different class significance. Under one and the same category, were, for example, transactions involving the hire of workers on their own, which signified the proletarianization of the seller of the labor power, and the hire of workers with their own working animals or stock, which, given the scarcity of means of production, was a sign of the exploitation of the buyer of the labor power by the seller. Also confused in the same category, Naumov argued, were pre-capitalist and family cooperative forms of the exchange of labor. There were also criticisms of the way Geister had analyzed the figures. Whereas the figures themselves had been criticized for playing down differentiation, in some cases, it was thought, Geister's approach had accentuated it to an unwarranted degree. For example, as Popov pointed out, Geister's choice of sample regions was slanted to those of more extensive agriculture and the highest levels of commodity production, and therefore quite probably, higher levels of class differentiation. Popov was also highly critical of Geister's extrapolation from budget to mass household data. In general, he argued, extrapolation was one of the most imperfect statistical methods, and, in this case, its unreliability was particularly great because Geister's sample was too small, and because Russian peasant households of the time were too mixed or contradictory in their internal structure to be able to generalize about them as clear types for the purposes of extrapolation. For Popov, the danger of Geister's method of extrapolation was in over-accentuating the well-off and exploiting groups within the peasantry. The validity of Geister's method of extrapolation was also criticized by Kritsman on other grounds. Kritsman expressed doubts about Geister's assumption that there was sufficient correspondence between his two groupings to allow data from his grouping of strata by economic strength to determine the quantitative levels of his indicators of class group membership. A cross-tabulation of the two groupings showed that, although there were no cases where a household in the lowest group by one classification appeared in the highest group in the other classification, nevertheless, there was too little correspondence between the membership of groups at the same point on each scale for Geister to be justified in his approach. It therefore seemed dangerous ground on which to build his extrapolation. Geister also received criticism for the low qualitative levels of his class group indicators which he held to be necessary to allocate a household to a particular group. For Naumov, for example, 50 days hire of labor was in itself too little to classify a household as capitalist, and sale of 50 days labor was insufficient to make a household necessarily proletarian. Since these figures had been arrived at by taking the average levels of these transactions for the top and bottom groups in terms of value of the means of production, this was a further argument against Geister's assumption that there was a sufficient correspondence between the two sets of classifications. For Kritsman, given the type of data available to Geister, all he could realistically do was to indicate in a conditional manner the class tendencies of households. Geister, however, had made a serious error in presenting the classification, obtained through his highly conditional method, as representing the classes in their actual proportions in the Soviet countryside. At the present stage of its development, the agrarian Marxist approach, and especially the form of it developed by Geister, could not go beyond identifying class tendencies within its chosen samples of households. Geister's presentation of his work as attempting a representation of the actual class structure of the Soviet peasantry attracted a good deal of attention, not only in research circles, but more widely, mainly because it was taken up and used by the left opposition. Geister's claim to be identifying the extent of capitalist development in the countryside attracted the attention of the authors of the counter-theses of the left opposition to the 15-Party Congress. On the basis of Geister's description of groups of capitalist and entrepreneurial households, they combined these two groups as an upper group developing into a capitalist class. This led Geister to publish a further article denying the validity of the left opposition's interpretation of his work and stressing the Seredniak nature of his Group 4. In all, Geister's work was found wanting in many aspects, but the criticism it attracted from other researchers was partly a tribute to it, a sign of its recognition as an ambitious attempt to develop Kritsman's approach further and apply it to mass data. The critics also praised much in the wealth of detail Geister provided and found it useful to learn from his mistakes. In the information it provided, it gave further support to Kritsman's view that in the particular conditions of the NEP capitalist relations were developing in unusual ways through the exploitation of ownership of scarce means of production. The study also provided further argument against the use of the old standard indicators in the study of peasant differentiation and for the potential of the new ones it was experimenting with. Although Geister's particular solutions were also criticized, nevertheless they contributed to the methodological debates not only about how to process existing material but about how future material could be made more appropriate to the needs of the research. Fundamentally, the problem for all the approaches using mass survey data was that they were ambitious attempts to respond to political demands for more concrete analyses of the rural class structure when the available mass survey data was quite inadequate for such purposes. In this context, it is important to judge the analyses attempted as contributions to a methodological debate which was beginning to come under more political pressure than hitherto. As Kritsman had noted, given the rudimentary development of the process of class formation which it was attempting to study, the research was only really capable of indicating class tendencies at its existing stage of development. However, while the research of the Kritsman group, in all its many aspects offered a number of interesting possibilities for future research, and as such, retains much interest today, any further developments were to be overtaken by the event of Stalin's forced collectivization of the peasantry. Discussion of the work of Kritsman and his colleagues became a taboo subject in the Soviet Union for many years, and even now, although some modern Soviet writers have recognized Kritsman's originality, the question of the possible continuing relevance of his work for peasant studies has not been raised. 8. The theoretical contribution of the agrarian Marxist research. Apart from the particular criticisms or differences of opinion about each piece of research which have been discussed above, two issues of a more general theoretical nature emerge for discussion. The first concerns the question of the middle peasants and how to classify them in class terms, and the second concerns the degree to which the groupings identified by research using direct class indices could actually be considered to be classes. Classification of middle peasants. The studies varied in the way they grouped the farms in their samples into class categories. The Samara study had a middle category of farms which seemed to be tending neither towards proletarianization nor towards capitalist development, but the Volokolamsk study did not make provision for such a group. In the Samara study, the sample was classified into 5 groups with 2 tending towards capitalism and 2 towards proletarianization, while the middle group showed no clear signs either of entrepreneurship or dependence. This middle group was made up of just over 40% of the sample, a finding which provoked some criticism from Kritsman. In his view, the criteria chosen for the grouping in the first place biased the results in favor of a large middle group. Kritsman's own views predisposed him to regard with suspicion the argument that there was a large truly independent middle peasantry with all the connotations of self-sufficiency and being rooted in a natural economy that this term conveyed. Probably close to his own preferences was the scheme adopted in the Volokolamsk research, which played down the existence of a middle peasantry, and did not even accord them a separate grouping in their scheme. This is not to suggest, however, that Kritsman did not believe in the existence of a middle peasant group at all. The geographical situation of Volokholamsk meant that it was an exceptional area in the Soviet countryside where class differentiation could be expected to have proceeded further than in most other areas. In view of this, it seemed reasonable to the Volokholamsk researchers to use a scheme in which even farms with only slight tendencies towards proletarianization or capitalist development were placed in a group according to their dominant tendency, however weak. The researchers argued that this was justified since nearly all members of any potential middle peasant group showed signs of elements of dependence in their operations and could not be regarded as independent peasant farmers. For this they have been taken to task by one recent critic, who has argued that their categories set up a self-fulfilling prophecy. By excluding a middle peasant group to begin with, in analyzing their data they successfully mask signs of one in their results. However, although it may have been preferable to include an independent peasant grouping in their scheme, no matter how few households belong to it, the charge of distortion inherent in Solomon's criticism goes too far. The problem with her interpretation, both on this specific question and on the work of the agrarian Marxists in general, is that in attempting to locate the research in its social and political context she tends to lose sight of the theoretical basis of the research which provides the logic of the categories chosen. It will be argued below that an examination of Kritsman's theoretical approach helps explain the logic behind his suspicion of the concept of a middle peasantry. Identification of the groupings produced by the research with social classes. Connected with the above issue is the question of the extent to which the groups of peasant farms produced by the methodologies of the agrarian Marxists could be considered to be class groups within the peasantry. By the end of the 1920s, political pressures on the research began to favor attempts to actually identify such class groups within the peasantry and, as noted above, some researchers, especially Geister, were prepared to attempt this, drawing criticism from Kritsman, who argued that Geister's methodology could only indicate tendencies towards class formation within the groups of the peasantry identified. Such comments by Kritsman have led Solomon to suggest that there are contradictions in Kritsman's approach between the early articles which prompted research such as the Volokholamsk study, where he argues that an independent middle peasant group are insignificant in the Soviet countryside, and the slightly later criticism of Geister which, according to Solomon, argues against a clear identification of rural class formation and for the continuing significance of a middle peasantry. However, on closer view, what Kritsman actually says in his criticism of Geister is that the peasantry remain largely petit bourgeois in class nature despite elements of proletarianization and capitalism within them. In other words, he was saying that the groups which could be singled out for their entrepreneurial or dependent characteristics were still made up of basically petit bourgeois small commodity producers. On both this issue and the question of the middle peasantry, the key to Kritsman's ideas is the third concept, implicit in his work, of class relations, which in themselves only imply tendencies towards class formation as opposed to the more concrete concepts of classes on the one hand or strata on the other. Most of the debate on the differentiation of the peasantry was conducted through the medium of these latter concepts, whereas Kritsman's originality lay especially in his pioneering of the former. 9. Kritsman and the theory of class relations within the peasantry. First of all, in order to understand the originality of Kritsman's ideas, it is necessary to locate his work in the context of early Soviet Marxist attempts to theorize the nature of the social structure of Soviet society in the first decade of its existence. Most influential on Kritsman were the first tentative attempts of Lenin to analyze the balance of class forces through which the Bolshevik government aimed to steer a course in developing socialism. Along with other early Soviet theorists, such as Preobrazhensky, Kritsman was interested in following up Lenin's concern with the question of the existence and interrelation of different structures or systems of production which all coexisted in the complex social formation of Soviet society. Unlike the Britain of Marx's capital or even the France of his 18th Brumaire, it was more difficult to conceptualize the Soviet social formation as determined by any one mode of production. Lenin in fact described it as a transitional society, neither capitalist nor socialist. In his pamphlet, On the Tax in Kind, which inaugurated the NEP, Lenin listed 5 structures making up the Soviet social formation. 1. Patriarchal economy. 2. Petty commodity economy. 3. Capitalist economy. 4. Socialist economy. 5. State capitalist economy. In addition, as Kritsman pointed out, for some parts of the Soviet Union a sixth structure of feudalism could be added, especially for some parts of Central Asia. The exact use to which such concepts would be put in a detailed analysis was never spelled out clearly either by Lenin or by Kritsman, but in general it is clear that the path of development of Soviet society was to be understood as the complex result of the interpenetration of those structures in each other. Each in a pure form would presuppose a given mode of expropriation of the surplus and a given pattern, consequently, of class relations. In the interrelation of different structures a number of different patterns of class relations would be theoretically possible, but the more dominant structure could be expected in time to undermine the weaker ones to impose a pattern of class relations more similar to those prevailing in the pure form of the dominant structure. This, however, would be long-term development, and in the early stages of development of a transitional society the patterns of class relations could be both very complex and quite fluid. Prior to the Bolshevik Revolution, Marxist theory would have invariably identified capitalism as the structure likely to achieve dominance within a transitional society as capitalist development took place increasingly on a world scale. However, according to Lenin, the Bolshevik Revolution introduced the possibility of conscious intervention in economic relations by the socialist state in order to regulate and limit the growth of capitalist relations and foster the growth of more socialist forms of production and distribution. In other words, the revolution had made possible a new combined structure of state capitalism. Although no immediate transition to socialism could result from the revolution, a socialist state could institute policies to regulate capitalist tendencies in the economy, both in industry and in agriculture. As far as the petty commodity economy of the peasants was concerned, the reintroduction of the market under the new economic policy had given a boost to the possibilities of capitalist development in agriculture. Lenin, however, thought the state could operate through the institution of agricultural cooperatives to provide a non-capitalist large-scale socialized form of agriculture which could offer the peasants a more efficient and secure basis for their farming and distract their aspirations away from ideas of becoming big capitalist farmers. Until the end of the 1920s, Kritsman consistently maintained this vision of Soviet social development. On several occasions he professed faith in the power of state intervention to check the capitalist tendencies in peasant agriculture. In this sense, therefore, the study of potential capitalist relations within the peasantry was not the most significant question to be studied in Soviet society. It was, however, important to have accurate information on both the rate and the specific forms of capitalist development if effective policies were to be devised to counteract them, and in this lay the value of research on peasant class differentiation. Because the forms of this potential development were different in the post-revolutionary period, it was important to spend a long time devising the correct methodology to grasp their new complexity. According to this view, Russian peasants were, on the whole, small commodity producers in a transitional society who might move, in terms of social relations, in any one of a number of different directions. They might move toward agricultural cooperation and thus to socialism, or through the cooperatives to capitalism, or directly to capitalism through the exploitation of their neighbors, or towards proletarianization as they became increasingly dependent on their stronger neighbors to maintain their own production. As can be seen from the range of possibilities, the transition to capitalism was perfectly feasible, although for Kritsman not an imminent change in the 1920s. But the main point was the way the potential transition was to be conceptualized. For Kritsman the transition was taking place within each peasant household, and each household contained its own complexity of contradictory tendencies. The aim of his research was to build up a general picture of the extent and strength of these tendencies. It seems to me that this view is rather different from the usual conceptualization of the transition and differentiation of the peasantry. It is usually seen much more in terms of concrete class-like groups or strata which are credited with a fairly firm existence. They are already identifiable as groups which are more or less internally homogeneous as far as their class relations are concerned. Such seems to be the conceptualization of the problem in Lenin's pre-revolutionary work, and basically it is the approach adopted by the orthodox post-revolutionary researchers such as Kryushkova also. It tended to imply that peasant groups had already almost solidified, if not as classes then at least as interest groups, with their own separate interests which it would be difficult to change. Yet this is a view which for many close observers of Russian peasant society did not seem to tie in with the reality they knew. Some of the most acute of these observers reacted by an assertion of the social homogeneity of the peasantry in terms of class interests and by interpreting inequalities in terms of cyclical mobility. This was, of course, a reflection of reality, but a distorted one all the same, which ignored the exploitative relations basic to Kritsman's understanding of the peasantry. A closer approximation would be gained by conceptualizing the peasantry as a category characterized by class relations permeating each household so that each family could move along different paths of class development according to the opportunities and incentives available. Thus, what Kritsman's approach achieved was not evidence of the existence of classes but evidence of class relations between peasant households. Although in itself this approach could not resolve the question of the development of rural capitalism, it nevertheless made a substantial contribution to the debate on this question by showing that a process of expropriation of the agricultural surplus was taking place between peasant farms in a systematic way. This meant, at least, that there was emerging in Russian peasant agriculture an important necessary condition for the development of capitalist agriculture, which also had the effect of cross-cutting any processes favoring the preservation of a more homogeneous peasant class. Furthermore, Kritsman's approach implied a critique of all existing ways of looking at the question of the class differentiation of the peasantry. Most basically, his ideas question the existence of the category of independent self-sufficient peasants achieving their existence in a petty commodity economy by almost exclusive use of their own household labor on their own farm. For Kritsman, the Russian peasantry was rarely independent in its relations of production, since on any one farm one would be likely to find aspects of the family's farming operations in which it was exploiting the labor of outsiders, and other aspects in which it was exploited by outsiders. The central dynamic of Russian peasant society of this period was thus provided by the relations of expropriation of the surplus product between peasant households. Conclusions. Although Kritsman and his colleagues were never able to apply their methodology to reach a fully satisfactory picture of the Soviet rural class structure in the 1920s, their work was very interesting for a number of reasons. They produced a highly sophisticated methodology for the study of peasant differentiation which went beyond deducing propositions about class relations from static indicators of inequality and produced insights into the processes and relations which actually produced the observed inequalities in peasant society. Point 10. They developed a methodology which showed promise of providing precise information about the socio-economic relations between peasant households prevalent in Russian society at the time, which was needed for the more theoretical study of the question of the typification of the Soviet social structure. Although Kritsman and his colleagues believed the data produced by their approach to be evidence of the eventual long-term formation of a clear-cut agrarian bourgeoisie and proletariat, their methodology in itself would not necessarily prove this, and indeed its application need not be limited to cases where such processes are occurring. The methodology is an open-ended one which does not necessarily presume its answers. It sets out to discover the extent of independent peasant farming on the one hand, and class differentiation on the other. As such, Kritsman's approach could be of use in understanding both the processes producing class formation and the processes producing a homogeneous peasantry. In the case of Russia in the 1920s, the Kritsman Group's research suggested that very few households carried out farming completely independently, and thereby raised doubts about the concept of a middle peasant as a self-sufficient independent farmer with different interests from rich and poor peasants. The concept of middle peasants can be seen as the product of a stratification approach to the question of peasant social structure, and with the use of research based on direct class indicators, the importance of the concept could well decline. It would be interesting to discover if similar results would be obtained from Kritsman's approach if it were applied in the study of modern peasantries. 2. The agrarian Marxist research in its political context, state policy and the development of the Soviet rural class structure in the 1920s. Gary Littlejohn. Introduction. Developments in the Soviet Union of the 1920s have been the object of renewed interest in recent years, largely because various historical options were still open at that time and because of the high standard of debates in various arenas on how the Soviet Union should develop. The period of the new economic policy from 1921 to 1929 is of particular interest, because NEP represented an attempt to construct a non-coercive socialist policy towards a peasantry which was not conceived of as a class or as a unified social force. The historically anti-democratic effects on the Soviet Union of the failure of this attempt are extremely well known, at least in broad outline. There is a lot to be gained from the analysis of the reasons for this failure, both in terms of understanding the contemporary Soviet Union and in terms of the pertinence of the problems faced under the new economic policy to the contemporary problems of developing countries. This acknowledgement of the importance of the 1920s provides the justification for many of the studies of that period, yet precisely because of the complexity of these developments, the richness of the empirical sources and the high standards of the various debates, the contemporary debates in the West about the 1920s are still continuing. This contribution attempts to investigate some relatively neglected aspects of the debate, in the light of the growing view in some quarters that the policy of forced collectivization of the peasantry was not only economically and politically unnecessary, but actually impeded the implementation of the first five-year plan. The prevailing view among many shades of political opinion has tended to accept the terms of the Soviet industrialization debate within the Bolshevik leadership as an adequate definition of the problems which the country then faced. A good example of this approach is the essay by Nov. The argument there accepts that the period of restoration of the economy from the ravages of civil war had passed by the latter 1920s, and that the reconstruction of the economy was reaching the point where further investment would have to be on a much greater scale than before if production was to continue growing at the same pace and if the country was to be industrialized. Since the majority of the population was engaged in agriculture, the investment funds would have to come from agriculture. Thus basically the investment would have to take place at the cost of a relative or even absolute decline in the incomes of the peasantry, with the surplus being pumped into industry. Industrialization under the direction of the Bolshevik Party thus almost necessitated forced collectivization as a means of controlling the peasantry while the surplus was pumped out of agriculture. In this sense, if the Bolshevik Party were to retain power, Stalin probably was necessary, according to this line of reasoning. The main alternative view has tended to be that collectivization was necessary in order to increase agricultural productivity beyond the limits set by small-scale peasant production, but that forced collectivization, rather than voluntary collectivization, was not only very costly in lives and highly detrimental to the whole political structure, but reduced the scale of the surplus that might otherwise have been extracted from the peasantry. The latter kind of argument has been common, for example, among Marxists of various persuasions. Briefly, then, most analyses have accepted that collectivization was a precondition for socialist industrialization because of the limitations of small-scale peasant agriculture. It has often been part of such arguments that without collectivization any agricultural surplus would be under the control of small-scale rural capitalists or kulaks who would thus be in an economic position to challenge the Bolshevik control over the pattern of industrialization. The main challenge in English to this latter point came from writers such as Chayanov-Orshinin, who argued that the peasantry was not undergoing a process of substantial class differentiation along capitalist lines. However, the terms of the debate were somewhat changed, even for those who might have been reluctant to accept arguments along the lines of Chayanov-Orshinin, by the work of Barsov appearing in the Soviet Union itself, which apparently demonstrated that the first five-year plan was carried through without the extraction of an agricultural surplus. Not only had the real incomes of collective farm workers declined, but agricultural deliveries to the towns and industry had also declined. Collectivization had proved irrelevant to the process of industrialization, in the sense that it did not deliver any agricultural surplus for investment. The implications of this were already beginning to be registered in the well-known debate between J. Karch and R. W. Davies on the grain problem of the late 1920s, and were further discussed in Harrison, Hussein, and Tribe, and in Smith.1 the last two publications have criticized the conception of agricultural surplus involved in the previously prevailing terms of the debate, and have stressed the possibility of generating investment funds within the industrial sector itself by various means, including organizational improvements both in the planning process and in terms of the technical division of labor. The conclusion is that such changes must have been the main source of investment funds, since agriculture did not provide them. Such a conclusion has many implications, but the main one which will be pursued here is that it changes the terms in which developments in the class structure in the 1920s should be appraised. It also changes the terms of appraisal of state policy towards the rural class structure of the time. Whatever changes in the class structure may have been registered by research or official statistics, one need no longer analyze them primarily in terms of their impact on the delivery of an agricultural surplus to provide the basis for an industrialization program. This is not to deny that the division of social production meant that agriculture supplied both raw materials to industry and consumer goods to the town, but the appraisal of the role of agriculture need not be conducted in the same terms as those used by the leadership and left opposition of the Bolshevik Party. In particular, the development of capitalism within agriculture, with the supposed capacity of capitalists to control the delivery of the surplus by controlling its production, did not necessarily threaten to subvert the industrialization program, as most of the Bolshevik leadership increasingly came to believe. The conceptualization of industrialization as requiring the extraction of an agricultural surplus was prevalent in the 1920s, and its influence among later commentaries is evident. Yet the rejection of such a line of reasoning does not imply an indifference to the rural class structure of the 1920s, nor does it entail a denial of the view that collectivization could have eased and speeded the process of industrialization by providing additional sources of investment and consumption of goods. It simply means that these issues were not as critical for the development of socialism as the Bolshevik leadership came to believe, even though some form of industrialization was a condition for the survival and development of socialism in the Soviet Union. The conclusion that collectivization was not a critical precondition for industrialization can also be established on the basis of the analysis of the NEP itself by Grosskopf. A major conclusion to be drawn from her superb study is that the difficulties of the NEP at the end of the 1920s were due primarily to policy failure in implementing the NEP, so that the NEP itself did not constitute a major obstacle to the industrialization program. Grosskopf's work has been cited by Hussein and Tribe and by Smith, but it also forms a major influence on the somewhat different work on the 1920s by Bettelheim. The reliance by Bettelheim on Grosskopf means that Part 2 of Volume 2 of his work is probably the best known indication so far available in English of Grosskopf's arguments, but the positions of Grosskopf and Bettelheim should not be equated. Grosskopf's work does lend support to the analysis of the peasantry developed by Lenin towards the end of his life, but it is convincing because of its extensive use of primary empirical sources. Point 2 On the basis of an extremely detailed analysis of developments during the period of NEP, Grosskopf demonstrates that the smykha, that is the union or linking between the peasantry and the proletariat, was by no means economically moribund after the crisis of 1925-6 and that the later crisis of the NEP in 1927-8 was primarily due to the failure to learn the lessons of the earlier crisis. This occurred despite the comparatively clear analysis of the problems by Dzerzhinsky prior to his death in 1926, so the failure was not an analytical one but a political one. A more rigorous pursuit of certain neglected aspects of the NEP, particularly of the supplying of means of production to the poor peasantry, would have substantially increased agricultural output, making industrialization that much easier. Thus her analysis shows that the supposed limits of small-scale production could be considerably extended by an appropriate policy of state support for the poor peasantry. More to the point, such support for the poor peasantry would have provided the economic conditions for voluntary forms of cooperation and collectivization, that is, it would have facilitated the undercutting of capitalist relations of production and the development of socialist relations. It is from this standpoint, rather than a concern with the surplus for industrialization, that the class structure of the 1920s will be examined in this article. However, Despite the considerable importance of Grosskopf's work, it must be said that she devotes comparatively little space to the direct analysis of the processes of class differentiation of the peasantry. She concentrates instead on the appraisal of state policy towards the peasantry, on economic relations between agriculture and industry, and on the economic effects of these on the production and distribution of agricultural produce, particularly grain. These in fact constitute the main social conditions of the processes of class differentiation among the peasantry, and Grosskopf refers to the main sources of research in her estimate of the extent of class differentiation, including Kryushkova, Geister, Strummelin, and Kritsman. Nevertheless, there is scope for a more detailed discussion of these processes within the context of the analysis provided by Grosskopf, particularly as Grosskopf relies more on Strummelin's stratification approach, rather than on that of Kritsman and his school, who were concerned to find direct indicators of class. 3 There is still today a considerable amount of controversy over the mechanisms and extent of such class differentiation, as the works of Chayanov and Shinin already mentioned indicate. In addition, any critique of the state policy towards the countryside which is concerned with its effectiveness in fostering socialist relations of production must include an analysis of the mechanisms and extent of development of capitalist relations of production. 4. Kritsman's work. To elucidate the processes of development of capitalist relations of production and a capitalist class structure, a substantial part of this article will be devoted to a discussion of the work of Kritsman, particularly of his class stratification of the Soviet countryside. Kritsman's work has recently been the object of renewed attention. For example, Shinin discusses his work as follows. The main group of party scholars, led by Kritsman, developed research whose direction was governed by ideological commitment to detect a rising tide of polarization. The hiring out of horses and equipment was seen as the main new form of class exploitation. It was predicted that socialism in the countryside would come as a result of state intervention and a rise in urban wages and productivity, which would rob richer farmers of their wage labor and make their influence crumble. Few only defended the purity of the Marxist definition by which capitalist class differentiation could be measured only qualitatively, i.e., in terms of the predominance of wage labor, which would have put it, in this period, next to nil. Later, in discussing the methodological problems involved in the use of quantitative indices of wealth to analyze stratification, Shinin remarks. The stratification by land zone was bitterly denounced by Kritsman and his lieutenants in the agrarian section of the Communist Academy. They claimed that this index was suitable only for the pre-capitalist period and that it helped to conceal real differentiation processes because of the leveling of land holdings which had taken place during the revolutionary period. Stratification of peasant households by capital and income was proposed as an alternative and put into operation in a TSSU handbook and in a study by Geister, both published in 1928. This method revealed some new methodological weaknesses, however. The amount of land held was not taken into account, since it was not considered part of capital, a limitation which made estimates of actual production factors in terms of capital doubtful. Moreover, any estimates of capital and income for peasant households in a type of economy producing a great part of its own needs were extremely dubious. In fact, the advantages of using indices of wealth and income in money terms were quite offset by the difficulties of correctly estimating them. 5. However, despite various criticisms of Shinin's own position. 6. Interest in Kritsman's work as providing a possible alternative mode of analysis did not appear in Western publications until the work of Solomon. A comparatively favorable review by Harrison, however, suggests that Solomon is somewhat influenced by the multifactorial approach of Shinin. For this reason the more recent work by Cox is of considerable interest, as is the 1979 article by Harrison. Cox contrasts the positions of Shinin and Kritsman, and concludes his article by saying, furthermore, the Soviet research of the 1920s shows that Marxists have been able to deal with problems in the analysis of peasant society in a more flexible way which offers real insights into the complexities and peculiarities of the peasantry which neither Shinin nor the type of Marxism he attacks have been able to reveal. 7. In his article in this issue, Cox further develops his remarks on Kritsman and his colleagues, pointing to differences in interpretation among them, indicating the originality of Kritsman's own approach and defending him from some of Solomon's criticisms. Harrison, on the other hand, is somewhat more critical of the agrarian Marxists, including Kritsman, but primarily on the grounds that they failed to transform their critique of the Chayanov school into a practical theory which would form the basis of the construction of an alternative, socialist mode of rural intervention. 8 In this way they constituted an early example of what Harrison calls subordinate Marxism, which tends to be restricted to an academic critique, rather than the presentation and practice of an alternative strategy. 9. Yet it is not clear to me that Kritsman had no strategy for the socialist transformation of agriculture. He certainly had fairly well-developed ideas on cooperatives as a potential path to socialism, as well as of the conditions under which cooperatives could foster capitalist relations. For example, in an article entitled 10 Years on the Agrarian Front of the Proletarian Revolution, he argued that rural cooperation was a field of fierce struggle between capitalist and socialist tendencies of development. Both forms of transformation of the petit bourgeois economy depended on the self-activity of the small farms, and where capitalist elements did not predominate, this self-activity was a product of the interlocking of the petit bourgeois economy and the state economy of the proletariat. This interlocking opened a way for the petit bourgeois economy, which was a non-capitalist road to the predominance of the petty economy, but not on the basis of its destruction, but of its organic development. Consequently, Kritsman was critical of the 1925 abolition of the direct formal prohibition of capitalism in agriculture. This de jure recognition of what was already to a significant degree recognized de facto led among other things to the downfall of the hopes of the poor as a social stratum of retaining the means to raise up their own individual farm, because they did not dispose of enough of their own means of production to conduct their own farms. In other words, Kritsman's view of a socialist strategy in the countryside was to provide the poor peasants with enough means of production to engage in petty farming in their own right, and to encourage various forms of cooperation, a conclusion remarkably similar to that of Grosskopf. In addition, as a means of combating Soviet bureaucratism, Kritsman advocated in this article the raising of the cultural level of wide strata, both ruling and ruled, and above all of the mass of the peasantry, and the attraction of large masses into social work and work of direction, to create the preconditions for the gradual liquidation of this survival of the past. Superficially, at least, such a position is rather similar to that of Lenin and Bukharin as described by Harrison. 10 Kritsman's analysis of the mechanisms of class differentiation of the peasantry is thus related to a strategy for socialist development which was influenced by Lenin. It is also based on extensive knowledge of the research conducted not only by the Chayanov school, but also the research conducted by his colleagues in the agrarian section of the Communist Academy, as well as research not identified with either school. It is precisely because his appraisal of the empirical material is related to a conception of forms of development of socialist relations of production that his work is so interesting. Shannon is correct that part of Kritsman's strategy of socialist development involved the development of urban wage labor to absorb rural unemployment. However, as already indicated, he was more concerned with preventing the generation of that rural unemployment by developing socialist forms of organization in the countryside, and by providing the means of production to poor peasants to sustain their farms until such times as they could enter or establish collective farms. Kritsman had reservations about the development of urban labor to absorb rural unemployment, because although urban employment was expanding, so was urban unemployment. Thus for Kritsman the mode of state intervention to encourage socialist relations could take a variety of forms, including the organization of rural wage laborers. This approach to agrarian problems forms the background to Kritsman's investigations of the extent and forms of development of capitalist relations of production in the Soviet countryside of the 1920s. While such developments were important for a socialist strategy of transformation of the relations of production, Kritsman was careful not to overestimate the strength of rural capitalist development and to point to the social basis of socialist transformation. This is particularly clear from class stratification of the Soviet countryside, which is translated in a slightly condensed form in this issue. Point 11. I have devoted a considerable amount of attention to one of Kritsman's works for a variety of reasons. Firstly, it is not widely available and provides an excellent account of the first half of the 1920s. Readers can readily decide for themselves how adequate my commentary is on Kritsman, but it seems fairly clear that a process of capitalist class differentiation was taking place, although it was in its early stages, as Kritsman emphasized. Given the debate still surrounding Kritsman's approach, the presentation of a detailed exposition seemed the best way to avoid misunderstandings as to the nature of his analysis. Secondly, Kritsman's work class stratification of the Soviet countryside is exemplary in its painstaking attention to detail and its methodological sophistication. It is hardly a dogmatic approach. For example, he refused to argue by analogy that class stratification must be taking place. His grasp of the complexities of the changing division of labor and of regional diversity meant that he was unlikely to favor the use of any single index of class differentiation, and this probably formed one of the bases of his critiques even of members of his own school. Such critiques were not purely negative, they were clearly made in order to improve later research, hence the preliminary nature of his conclusions based on the empirical material presented. Thirdly, Kritsman's work was related to both a historical analysis of the period and a strategy which was similar to that of Lenin or Dzerzhinsky, and in some respects to that of Bukharin. As Cox points out, Kritsman had a conception of structures within the Soviet social formation that was influenced by Lenin's analysis in the tax in kind, but Kritsman considered that feudalism as a structure could be added to the 5 structures mentioned by Lenin, especially for some parts of Central Asia. Point 13. This conception of coexisting structures which interpenetrated each other was related to Kritsman's view of the predominant role of the state sector in structuring the economy. He argued that cooperation was a way of integrating the commodity peasant farms into the general system of the Soviet national economy. For this reason Kritsman placed great emphasis on the planning of agriculture. This was surely the reason for his devastating critique of the 5-year plan produced by Kondratev and Oganovsky for the Narkomzem, the People's Commissariat of Agriculture. Point 14. Similarly, he placed emphasis on particular policy measures which would help foster the socialist development of the peasantry. For example, he drew attention to the burden of taxation on the poor peasants, and noted that it had been lifted. However, as Grosskopf points out, in the absence of other policy measures, this adversely affected the marketing of grain. Yet these absent policy measures were of the kind also advocated by Kritsman, or at least implied by his analysis. Point 15. A credit policy favoring the poor peasantry, which would enable them to buy means of production and thus secure their independence of the prosperous peasantry, a pricing policy on means of production so that they were cheap for the poor peasantry. As Grosskopf points out, a policy of supplying implements at prices the poor could afford would have encouraged them to deliver grain to market even in the absence of tax pressure. Grosskopf, and following her Bettelheim, draws attention to the economic conditions of such a policy of supplying cheap means of production to the poor peasantry. It required the development of Department I industry, and not only in the form of heavy industry or only in the towns. This implied a diversion of resources away from what might be considered luxury consumer goods for the towns, but it would have rapidly and cheaply led to increased agricultural production, including production of industrial crops as raw material for various industries, especially textiles. This was precisely what Lenin intended by his advocacy of an alliance between heavy industry and the peasantry. It was a precondition for developing cooperatives and collective farms on a voluntary basis, with the incentive of rising living standards for the poor and middle peasantry. Finally, Kritsman's analysis of trading capital and his criticisms of the practices of trading cooperatives and mutual aid committees implied a policy of much more attention to these non-state forms of potentially socialist organization. On this issue his views were similar to those expressed by Lenin in On Cooperation, but Kritsman was not simply following an official party line, his views were clearly founded as much on the empirical material as on Lenin's remarks. As Grosskopf demonstrates, the developing crisis of NEP, which finally came to be mistakenly considered in the party leadership as a grain strike by the kulaks, was closely related to the failure to pursue such policies properly. Bettelheim provides additional grounds for adhering to such a view. Yet it is clear from Kritsman's analysis that the kulaks were often not a direct political danger, they were often in the party and were beneficiaries of its policies in many unintended ways. Neither were they a serious economic danger, given the strength of the state sector, even if they were economically powerful in their own localities. Furthermore, the process of capitalist stratification had only just begun and could have been readily undercut by the sort of policies indicated above. One wonders how much attention was paid by the party leadership to these studies. Despite Kritsman's prominence 16, it is doubtful if Stalin read the material presented on the Urals and Siberia before embarking on his Urals-Siberia methods. This is not to say that Stalin was unaware of the activities of Kritsman and the school of agrarian Marxists. According to Solomon's account, the first attack on Kritsman's analysis, which both came from a Marxist and was coupled with a call for the congruence of research findings and party dicta, had come from S.M. Dubrovsky. 17 By April 1929 the agrarian Marxists were being accused of holding positions that conflicted with party policy in the countryside. 18 By November 1929, the campaign to start immediate collectivization of the peasantry had begun, and in December a Politburo commission was established to devise methods of implementing collectivization. It was preparing to submit its proposals to the Politburo, just around the time when rural scholars were assembling in Moscow on December 20, 1929, for the start of the first all-union conference of agrarian Marxists. While the conference was to some extent remote from the political developments at the time, it is clear that the proceedings of the conference were being noted. For some reason, probably related to his earlier attacks on them, members of the agrarian Marxist group launched an attack on Dubrovsky. Dubrovsky's reply centered on what he claimed was Kritsman's insensitivity to the heightening of class conflict in the period of transition to socialism. Solomon does not stress the point, but this was a departure from the lines of Dubrovsky's earlier attack on the Kritsman approach, where he had claimed that there were too many capitalists and poor peasants and too few middle peasants. The December 1929 reply by Dubrovsky thus appears to have been a volte-face, falling in line with Stalin's theoretical innovation of the time, the supposed exacerbation of class contradictions prior to their eradication with the completion of the transition to socialism. 19 It is therefore not completely surprising, with hindsight, to discover that it was after Dubrovsky's defeat by Kritsman that Stalin appeared to address the delegates, and made his famous announcement that the kulaks were to be liquidated as a class. 20 The most immediate effect of this historic intervention was to neutralize the victory of the Kritsman school over Dubrovsky, and to prevent the development of what might be called an agrarian Marxist establishment whose views did not fit in with the now predominant line on the countryside. Within months, the agrarian Marxist school was being forced to leave the field of rural inquiry, a process which was completed early in 1932. The end of NEP. Perhaps more than any other single event, Stalin's intervention in the agrarian Marxist conference signaled the end of the new economic policy, although for some time after it was claimed in some quarters that NEP was still being implemented. As indicated earlier, there is still debate today over whether NEP was compatible with a program of industrialization. This is usually taken to mean that NEP implied a policy of concessions to the kulaks, forced on the Soviet state by the reaction of the peasantry to the compulsory requisitions of war communism. Such a view of NEP is common in Western historiography, as Grosskopf points out. 21 But she argues convincingly against the view that the Soviet regime had a tragic destiny to coerce the peasantry into a socialist orientation. Such an approach, she argues, is heavily influenced by the 1925 ideology, associated with Bukharin, which was a response to the fact that the government had practically neglected the poor peasantry during the years 1923 to 1925. This neglect of the poor peasantry was exacerbated by the provisional ordinances promulgated in the spring of 1925, which decisively accelerated the differentiation of the peasantry. In the spring of 1925 there was a grave shortage of agricultural implements, since there had been virtually no process of replacement of implements since the beginning of the First World War, and they had worn out. The provisional ordinances were designed to reduce the great disproportion between the extent of land and the few instruments of production possessed by the majority of the peasants, which was retarding the optimal development of agricultural productivity. However, this was attempted by repealing the Agrarian Code of 1922, whose objective had been to protect the disadvantaged peasants against exploitation from the kulaks. According to the source cited by Grosskopf, this removed restrictions on the employment of poor peasants as wage laborers. It was above all the large individual farms of the most important cereal regions which profited from this possibility. Rabkrant showed in 1927 that in these areas, 75% of wage laborers were working on average 13 hours per day. Thus the provisional ordinances reinforced the dependence of poor peasants on the kulaks, a development which is sometimes treated as the enlargement of NEP. This policy amounted to a provisional abandoning of the passage to a socialist agriculture, as the party leaders of both right and left acknowledged. 22 It was precisely in 1925 that the terms of credit for the poor peasants deteriorated, so that implements were not delivered to them until too late, after the autumn. The result was the situation which Lenin had warned against in 1920, it became difficult to supply the towns with food. The failure of the Soviet government to provide the qualitative social conditions to assure commodity production by agriculture led to the grain crisis of 1925. It was above all the poor peasantry which refused to sell its harvest. Far from this being a kulak grain strike, as Kamina supposed, it was a policy failure by the Soviet government. Instead of the government making its planned 70% of all its grain purchases by January 1, 1926, it had scarcely more than half the grain it needed by then. The figures on which Kamina based his view of a kulak grain strike were challenged by a government commission. 23 The decisive mistake, however, had been that Kamina had confused the indications of the Central Statistical Administration on the distribution of grain surplus with those on the distribution of marketed grain. Even peasants with little or no surplus in fact sold part of their harvest, although they had later to buy back, at a greater price, the grain necessary to feed themselves. Thus, although Grosskopf does not put it this way, Kamina's confusion is related to a form of agricultural planning which was mistakenly restricted to working on net surpluses from agriculture. Because of this, calculations tended to be based on an overall balance of supplies between agriculture and industry, which ignored the conditions of existence of different types of peasant enterprise and hence class relations. The result of this mistake in Kamina's case was the illusion that only the kulak supplied produce to feed towns or raw material for industry. The poor peasants had few means of getting the money to pay the former tax in kind. In the most important grain regions, the possibility of getting money for non-agricultural pursuits was greatly reduced. Yet the poor peasants normally bore the brunt of the agricultural tax. The poor and middle peasants also bought the majority of urban manufactured products, rather than the rich peasants, as Kamina claimed. Kamina claimed in 1925 not only that the rich peasants were most involved in commodity exchange, but that the cooperatives mostly helped the rich peasants. Certainly Kritsman's work provides some evidence that this was so, but he also pointed to the genuinely cooperative use of the means of production, a point which is further reinforced by Grosskopf. Grosskopf argues that the willingness of the poor peasants to engage in the sapryaga and other forms of spontaneous mutual aid was responsible for an increase in the proportion of middle peasants by 1926 to 7, compared to 1924 to 5. The result of this was to lead to a specific feature of rural class differentiation in the later 1920s. The growth in the numbers of the rural proletariat was not at the expense of the middle peasantry, but as a result of the decomposition of the class of poor peasants, while one part of the poor peasants completely lost its economic independence, because of the difficulties just described, and enlarged the ranks of the rural proletariat, another part succeeded in integrating with the class of middle peasants, the number of which continued to increase throughout NEP. According to Grosskopf, This evidence confirmed certain party claims on the pattern of rural class differentiation. Point 24. This development suggests very strongly that while capitalist relations were developing fairly rapidly in the countryside, particularly after the Provisional Ordinances of 1925, the option of undercutting this development by a policy of support for the poor peasantry still remained. Such a policy would have generated a much greater marketing of agricultural produce than the kulaks could manage on their own. Such a policy, however, was more difficult to pursue after 1925. From 1925 onwards, agricultural productivity declined because of the price policy of the Soviet government, which meant that the poor peasants lost hope of escaping from their misery by their own efforts, and their dependence on the kulaks became habitual. This reduction in productivity took place despite the fact that at this point agricultural technical equipment began again to be made available. When the Soviet leadership provisionally renounced the pursuit of the road to socialism in the rural sector, they deprived themselves of an important means of increasing cereal production, according to Grosskopf. This corroborates the view expressed by Kritsman, and while there is undoubtedly some truth in it, the reduction in productivity may have been partly due to the weather and to remaining equipment wearing out even faster than it was replaced. The effects of this approach to agriculture became evident by the winter of 1927-8. Despite the fact that when the 1927-8 plan was definitively fixed in August 1927, it was estimated that the grain harvest would be 2.5% down on the previous year 25. The plan envisaged an increase in grain deliveries of 11% over the previous year. The months October to December were essential to the campaign of collecting grain, since at that time both the demand by the national economy and the supply of grain were at their maximum. The cereal crisis of 1925-6 had shown that the factors determining the supply of grain from October to December were mostly subject to Soviet power and could be methodically regulated. The policy on grain collection during 1926-7 showed that the government had accepted this. The agricultural tax had been reimposed. A lot of industrial commodities had arrived in the grain surplus regions from October to December 1926, and the costs of collecting grain had been reduced considerably. Consequently, marketed grain reached a new record. This made the state policy during 1927-8 all the more remarkable. Sufficient grain stocks were not built up during the summer of 1927. Manufactured goods which could have been sold in grain surplus regions were diverted to urban markets, because of the so-called goods famine again, which resulted from increased wages in state industry in the summer of 1927-26. On top of this, to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the revolution, the poor peasantry had received a dispensation from the payment of almost all the agricultural tax, and the taxes on the other sections of the peasantry had not been raised. With a reduction in taxes and the absence of a stock of commodities to exchange against cereals, the mistake of the autumn of 1925 had been repeated. Rich peasants had sold significantly during the summer of 1927, prior to the anticipated price reduction in October, but from October to December, the supply of grain had greatly diminished. Far from being a kulak grain strike, this was a strike by the poor and middle peasants, exacerbated by the passive attitude of the state and cooperative collecting organs. This passive attitude was partly the result of poor preparation and contradictory orders from the state, which wished to prevent competition between purchasing agencies from undermining the state price policy, although the control figures of Gosplan indicated that no such competition was likely, and Gosplan was insisting that the buyers pursue an active policy of encouraging peasants to market their products. Yet the grain collection results were not particularly bad after the end of December 1927. They only appeared bad in the light of the annual economic plan mentioned above, and in relation to the 15-party Congress held in December 1927, which discussed the implementation of the first five-year plan. In 1925-6 the Soviet government had been able to improve grain purchases considerably, so that eventually the growth in the agricultural marketed surplus for that year surpassed the increase in gross production. At least one of the devices used earlier was still available in January 1928. An increase in agricultural prices was rightly rejected because, as before, it would have led to grain speculation the following year. However, an increase in prices in certain regions, coupled with an increase in deliveries of commodities, would have been economically and politically effective. This was because what were usually grain surplus areas had a relatively poor harvest in 1927, whereas areas in the industrial center, for example, had a more successful harvest. On top of this, state purchase prices, which had been 27% or above cost prices in 1925-6, were only 1% or above cost prices in 1926-7, and 0.4% above in 1927-8. An increase in price, coupled with a greater supply of commodities, in the relatively successful areas would almost certainly have yielded bigger state purchases. Instead, from January to July 1928 extraordinary measures were taken, under the direction of Stalin, who toured the regions normally considered as grain surplus areas, plus Siberia. The result was that in the spring of 1928, peasants in the normal grain surplus areas unexpectedly repurchased grain on the open market. For all regions, the open market purchases by peasants exceeded those of the previous year by 40%. This caused unexpected difficulties for the distribution of the grain surplus, with the overall result that, far from increasing by 14.1% over the previous year, as envisaged in the plan, it diminished by 18.5%. Thus the pace of industrialization seemed threatened, both in terms of grain exports and supplies to the towns. Hence the cereal crisis of the summer of 1928 was the result, not of a Kulak grain strike, but of the extraordinary measures themselves. As Grosskopf puts it, it became clear at this point, precisely because of the exigencies of a methodical and accelerated industrialization, that the rules of NEP had to be strictly followed. These rules were, firstly, that agriculture should not supply its products beyond its own capacity, or peasant repurchases would increase further, and secondly, that the Soviet state should not suppress private commerce before it was able to replace it. Grosskopf follows this with a critique of Stalin's famous article on the grain front, which used Nemchinov's data to claim that small-scale peasant production was incapable of supporting industrialization. Grosskopf argues that thanks to the technical alliance between industry and agriculture, and the social alliance between the working class and the poor and middle peasantry, such a strategy would have been possible. However, the technical alliance advocated by Lenin had not been implemented. In 1926-7 the instruments of production in agriculture had reached at most 60% of their 1913 level. Similarly, the 1925-6 crisis had shown how fragile the social alliance was. Nor had cooperatives been seriously promoted by 1926-7. Thus the principal tasks of NEP as outlined by Lenin had scarcely been undertaken by 1926-7. As is well known, the grain crisis of 1928 produced a wider crisis in NEP. The reaction of the peasants to these measures was the same as to the grain requisition of the Civil War, to sow less. This then appeared to justify to a wider section of the party the use of extraordinary measures and to gain support for the idea of a sharpening of class conflict in the transition to socialism, as well as for the idea of rapid collectivization of the peasantry. The use of extraordinary measures was repeated on a larger scale in 1929, and, as was mentioned in the discussion of Kritsman, by December 1929 a Politburo commission was established to devise methods of implementing collectivization. These developments were tragic, but also ironic in view of the fact that the technical, political, and organizational preconditions of collectivization had been virtually neglected during NEP. The technical conditions were the supplying by industry of the instruments of production to raise the level of equipment above the 1913 level. The political conditions were to ensure that this equipment was distributed to the poor and middle peasants, and the organizational conditions were the encouragement of cooperatives as a means of achieving the transition to a socialized agriculture. Grosskopf's evidence indicates that in the later 1920s such developments were happening to some extent anyway, despite the neglect of most of the party leadership, and that where they occurred, they were having the expected effect of encouraging both the marketing of grain and the development of collective forms of agriculture. Furthermore, contrary to Stalin's suggestion that peasant consumption was a potential threat to industrialization, Gross-Kopf shows that urban consumption was a greater threat since it adversely affected exports by 1927 in comparison with 1913. While the intensification of agriculture had taken place during the 1920s, particularly in oilseed and vegetable crops, rather than grain, it was still the case that in 1928-9, between 25 and 30% of the 1913 sown area in the former granary area was still fallow. Grain production was still 10% or less per capita than before the First World War, although production of other foodstuffs such as milk and meat had surpassed the 1913 level. Thus the grain figures were misleading if one took them on their own, ignoring the changing structure of agricultural production. Nevertheless, there was still a great potential to increase grain production in the fallow areas by supplying more means of production. The effect of the extraordinary measures was to reduce the amount of livestock, which meant less meat and milk, and greater difficulty in plowing. While Stalin was in a sense correct that grain was marketed less than before the First World War, this was offset by the production and marketing of other agricultural products which were important for the national economy. The growth in urban consumption between 1926 and 1927 was entirely at the expense of exports. On the evidence provided by Gross-Kopf, it is clear that Western 27 historiography was wrong to take its analysis of the need for collectivization from Stalin's analysis of small-scale peasant consumptionist farming being incapable of supplying the raw material for industry and the food for the towns and for export. Far from the NEP policy being played out economically, it had in important respects not been given a proper chance in agriculture. A policy of supplying further means of production, quite apart from aiding a further intensification of agricultural production, would have facilitated a growth of grain production by recultivating the fallow land in the pre-war granary area. Conclusion. One must conclude that the demise of NEP was largely a result of its faulty implementation. The dangers of an incorrect method of implementing NEP were signaled as early as the scissors crisis of 1923, but they should have been clear enough by the time of the cereal crisis of 1925, when the restoration of the economy to pre-war levels was virtually complete. As Gross-Kopf points out, Dzerzhinsky clearly analyzed the general lines NEP should take prior to his death in 1926. During 1926-7, the Soviet government implemented its agrarian policy in a manner which suggested it had learned the lessons of the previous year. The change of course in the following year seems primarily to be related to the struggle going on in the party leadership at the time. The 15-party Congress had not been a clear victory for Stalin, and this appears to be related to his clandestine use of extraordinary measures against the peasantry, mobilizing the support of that section of the party which had always seen NEP as a retreat and who were only too ready to believe that Kamina's mythical Kulak grain strike had again become a reality in the autumn of 1927. Clearly in this situation, the emphasis of the agrarian Marxists, and particularly of Kritsman, on the careful evaluation of the mechanisms of class differentiation, its extent and its implications for the construction of economic plans, was completely vindicated. While the Kritsman school were not the only ones to supply important evidence on the state of agrarian class relations in the 1920s and to attempt to relate it to economic policy, they were just reaching the point of sufficient preeminence in the field to have a real potential for influencing party policy in favor of continuing NEP as a means of industrializing the economy and collectivizing the peasantry, when Stalin intervened so dramatically to neutralize them as a potential political force. It will never be known how the agrarian Marxist school would have developed, but their careful work clearly has implications for current policy in some developing countries. They were interested in the agrarian class structure not just as a matter of academic curiosity, but as a vitally important component of a rural development strategy. Precisely because the class structure affects the capacities of various economic agents, it has a considerable impact on the effectiveness of state policy. Yet it must not be forgotten that in the late 1920s Kritsman was also emphasizing the growing spontaneous movement into cooperatives and collectives. Furthermore, Grosskopf's case against Lewin on this point is supported by two further points which she makes elsewhere in her book. Firstly, on page 396, she refutes the suggestion of Carr and Davies that during NEP the process of redivision of farms was extended to the middle and poor peasants. This refutation is on the basis of evidence provided by Kryushkova. Many of the redistributions were fictional to avoid tax on large-scale enterprises. If this is the case, then one of the grounds disappears for Lewin's doubts about the supposedly special nature of differentiation at this time. Lewin claims that if the numbers of Seredniaks were not decreasing, it was because they were being reinforced by frequent divisions of households, whose members, while formally continuing to be classified as Seredniaks, were becoming poorer as a result of these divisions. Grosskopf argues that repartitions were only about 2 to 3% of all farms, and that these were more numerous among the prosperous than the middle peasants. This argument, if accepted, certainly undercuts the grounds for Lewin's doubts about the special nature of differentiation. The second point which Grosskopf makes is the evidence and argument on pages 415 to 19 which shows the growth in cooperatives for soil improvement, use of agricultural machinery, improvement of seeds and livestock breeding and rearing. None of this was reported under the heading of Sapryaga, so the doubts raised by Kritsman about some forms of Sapryaga do not apply to these cooperatives. According to Solomon, the agrarian Marxists themselves found that the middle peasant refused to disappear. This may appear to support Grosskopf's claim that the middle peasantry was not disappearing. However, Grosskopf relies heavily on the conceptions of Stromilin, as well as the evidence of Kryushkova, for her conclusions. Kritsman's work should not be identified with that of either of the latter two researchers. Solomon's reference to the middle peasant in describing the work of the agrarian Marxists is misleading if it is taken to refer to an independent peasantry standing outside of relations of exploitation between households. Rather, the Kritsman group were arguing that differentiation had not yet radically altered the basic character of the peasantry as small commodity producers. This difference between the position of the agrarian Marxists and the approach of, say, Stromilin, on whom Grosskopf relies at this point, does not adversely affect the overall argument presented by Grosskopf, nor the implicit similarity between Grosskopf and Kritsman in their approach to economic policy towards the peasantry. Appendix: The Plan of Agriculture and Industrialization. It was mentioned in the main text of this article that Kritsman provided a devastating critique of the plan produced by Kondratiev and Oganovsky, for Narkomzum. This issue is briefly discussed by Jasny in my view without indicating how penetrating Kritsman's critique was. Part of the reason for Kritsman's interest in the minutiae of the collection of agricultural statistics was because of their potential for plan construction and policy formation, a potential that was very real because of the extensive apparatus for collecting statistics developed after the revolution. Grosskopf argues that there was a lack of relation between the collection of statistics and plan construction between 1917 and 1921. It is evident from Kritsman's critique of this 1924 five-year plan of Narkomzum that these problems had not been fully overcome. According to Solomon, Kritsman, the Marxist historian who would become the leader of the agrarian Marxist group, was in 1925 a lone voice who challenged the planners' view that agriculture would continue to be conducted by a large decentralist mass of individual farms. He was apparently silenced with the assertion that socio-economic change in the countryside was out of tune with the party line in the rural sector. Solomon also points out that this plan has not received much attention from Western historians, apart from E. H. Carr. For these reasons, it is perhaps worth giving a brief account of Kritsman's criticisms of this plan. Kritsman argued that the principles of the plan were either commonplace or wrong. It was a platitude for an economic plan to envisage the development of the productive forces. The other principle of the plan, namely a two-sided agrarian industrial development, similar to the United States, was either a general phrase or was wrong. Kritsman argued against the idea of an undefined narodnik mystical harmony of agriculture and industry, but he was also against industrialization at the expense of agriculture. The facts showed that the Soviet Union was not developing agriculture in proportion to industry. In the last 2 years, agriculture had been growing at 4% per annum American Samoa against 30 to 40% for industry, so that agriculture after the famine was at the same level as in 1920. Kritsman then distinguished between projection plans and plans of current production, arguing in 1925 that it was only possible at that time to plan current production for 1 year ahead. The use of an extrapolation or projection type of plan showed that agriculture could not be much influenced at that time from the outside, but if that were accepted, then Kritsman argued that one should go in for short-term extrapolation. A 5-year extrapolation was unfulfillable. A 5-year plan was only possible when one could regulate what was planned. He showed that even within a year, the differences between the plan and the actual figures were huge. The extrapolations had been poor, they were mostly too pessimistic, and this may have undermined the confidence of the agricultural section of Gosplan. The perspective plan had failed brilliantly. This did not occur accidentally. One should not approach the charting of a perspective plan for agriculture by individual branches, as this plan sought to do. For such an approach to be realistic, it was necessary to narrow the limits of the plan. Otherwise the plan had to be constructed in another way. A detailed calculation of the market, of the possibilities of selling, and of the possibilities of production, was necessary. This meant one had to take account of the class structure of the peasantry, or at least recognize that it was difficult to plan where class differentiation was not what was assumed in the plan. Kritsman argued that such a calculation was not taken into account in the plan. The plan talked of the peasantry in general, not of its division into groups, and then mentioned as a general phrase, the process of socio-economic differentiation of the countryside, in its turn is a factor, the significance of which must be taken into account. 1. Yet Kritsman did not overstress this differentiation, arguing that it was less in the countryside than in the towns. He argued that in each branch of agriculture it was necessary to separate the commodity side from the consumption side. To do so it was necessary to take account of the interesting data on how the batrac was paid wages. This varied in different regions. There were not enough data on this, but without an apportionment of the commodity-producing groups of the peasantry in market areas, it was easy to arrive at erroneous conclusions. Consequently, it was necessary, first, to classify branches into market and non-market areas, and, second, in the market areas themselves to separate commodity and non-commodity farms. Related to the latter were the proletarian part of the peasantry, on the one hand, which worked a certain plot of land with alien means of production, and on the other hand, partly related to this were some groups of peasants who were independently running their own farm, insofar as they did not produce for the market. Without such an analysis the serious elaboration of a perspective plan for agriculture was impossible. It was also insufficient to give definite figures for an agricultural plan. One ought to give plan variants and say how it would work in relation to other plans. Not only was this plan unsatisfactory from the point of view of the resolution of the problems posed, it was also distinguished by its quite exceptional slovenliness, and by the rather strange character of the work. Despite the published criticisms of various faults, the Narkomsum did not try to correct the plan. It had fallen to Kritsman to show the various statistical and arithmetical errors, primarily in the work of Professor Oganovsky. A special commission had been set up in Narkomsum, which confirmed everything shown by Kritsman, but was limited to these points. Then Professor Kondratev appeared in print with the observation that Kritsman's charges against him were unsubstantiated. Kritsman had then showed that his charges in relation to Kondratev were more than sufficiently substantiated. Following this a list of printers' errors were published. Kritsman then pointed out various other problems with the plan, such as its claim that between 1921 and 1923 the number of working horses had increased by 5.1%, whereas in a footnote Professor Lositsky said that the number of working horses went down by 6% in 1922, giving an overall reduction in the number of horses by 1923. Such inconsistencies were even acknowledged in the main text of the plan. Kritsman took the view that a plan completed in this manner could not serve as a basis for judgment. The plan could not calculate the resources of the peasantry, nor the resources of the state, since its compilers were mistaken on both counts. The plan had only been fulfilled in a bureaucratic sense. The calculation of Professor Makarov showed that the plan was not implemented. The conclusions of the agricultural section on each point showed that the plan was not implemented. It could not be implemented. By the whole of its construction, the perspective plan for the development of agriculture presented a strange combination of a Marxist and non-Marxist approach to the matter. The latter approach had been correctly characterized in the journal Bolshevik as a turn-of-the-century approach to, and it was visible in many parts of the works of Zemplan. This was evident in their treatment of the Soviet Union as an example of state capitalism, which was like private capitalism, only regulated by state power, an approach which contrasted with Lenin's. Furthermore, the growth of the national population was taken as one of the bases for the construction of the plan. Kritsman argued that this amounted to the theory of rural overpopulation as the basis for the growth in productive possibilities, due to the quantity of working hands, quite contrary to the views of Marx on the relative decline of the agricultural population. The attempt to base agricultural development on population growth meant in practice a huge army of unemployed, the basic solution to which was the growth in industry. On the supply side, there was no need in current conditions to fear a lack of workers. If one approached the matter of population growth from the demand side, then the growth in population played a different role for the two main parts of agriculture, for that part of agriculture which supplied the means of production and for that part which supplied the means of consumption. If one proceeded from the point of view of the market for food products, then of course the growth of population played a colossal role. But it would be laughable on the basis of changes in the population of the USSR to seek to form the extent of the market for foodstuffs. This would require an examination of the dependence of foreign markets on foodstuffs produced in the USSR. In conclusion, it was necessary to say that the perspective plan bore a quite strange character, combining an attempt at a communist, Marxist approach with an approach of a quite different sort which appeared in many places, in conclusions, and in the posing of questions. It was right to return this work to the Narkomsum and to propose that it be reworked in a radical manner, both in its principles and its execution. Here as in other cases, it was necessary to say what was the state of affairs, and thus to achieve the correction of what was done badly. It should be clear from the brief account of Kritsman's criticisms of this plan that he was not so much advocating socio-economic change as Solomon puts it, but was criticizing the theoretical assumptions of the plan, as well as the shoddy workmanship which was evident in its construction. It should also be clear that his interest in the various processes of differentiation of the peasantry was related to his interest in plan construction. Adequate plans for both developing agricultural production and developing socialist relations in the countryside had to take account of the changing class relations, including the development of commodity production, and their impact on the markets for agricultural products. Notes 1. See especially the preamble and Chapter 1, Section 3. 2. This was a euphemism for a Narodnik approach. * University of Bradford and Center of African Studies, Eduardo Mondlane University, Maputo. 3. Class stratification of the Soviet countryside. L. N. Kritsman. The development of capitalism in the countryside gives no basis for panic because large-scale industry in the hands of the proletariat is now growing more quickly than rural capitalism, and at the same time the dependence of all agriculture, including its capitalist part, on state large-scale industry, transport, wholesale trade, and credit is growing. The development of capitalism in the countryside is taking place at the same time as the fall in the share of agricultural capital in the general production of the country. The development of rural capitalism is not a serious threat, but neither does it provide grounds for complacency. The way to avoid both complacency and panic is to study the countryside, groping around for those specific forms of approach which correspond to the specific peculiarities of the process of class stratification of the peasantry in the Soviet countryside. Only after such work has been done will it be possible actually to study the process itself. Otherwise one would just be piling up useless data. For this reason I have concentrated in this work on the elaboration of data which does not cover the majority of regions, but is detailed. One must draw a distinction between the dynamics and statics 1 of class stratification. Point 2 To say that a farm is becoming capitalist is not to say how far that process of becoming has gone. The process of class stratification in the Soviet countryside is only beginning, and it is hoped that this work will help to clarify the question. In brief, then, the concentration upon detailed studies in this work is to help develop methods of research. This requires both a discussion of the historically specific context of the stratification and a critique of the banal approach to these issues, to be found in much of our statistical literature. The specific result of the anti-feudal revolution was the growth in the mass of independent small-scale farms not employing wage labor, that is the economic rise of the middle peasantry, transforming the feudal or semi-feudal organization of peasant agriculture. This was the economic root of the union of the proletariat and middle peasantry, strengthened after the revolution by the NEP legalizing the commodity form of connection between the state economy of the proletariat and the small farms. This was the form demanded by the interests of the farming peasantry and of small farms in general. Previously well-to-do peasants were compelled to let poor peasants use their stock and livestock free of charge. The transition to the NEP, however, signified the eradication of this right. This led to the transformation of the potential of the capitalist strata of the peasantry and the deterioration among the poor of their own farming. Nevertheless, the process of class stratification is relatively slow. In studying this process, one must caution against the use of direct indices of the development of rural capitalism, such as the juridical renting of land or the hiring of wage labor. This is because of historical circumstances, including the illegality of some of these relations, which means that they are partly hidden, and because we are dealing with the early stages of the process of class stratification following the Civil War. 3. One can define the weak and the poor farms as those whose labor power cannot be fully used on their own farm, in other words, for whom there are insufficient means of production. The prosperous farms are those whose means of production cannot be fully used by means of their own labor power, in other words, for whom there is insufficient labor power. Thus in its initial stages the process of class stratification appears as the strengthening of differences in the power of farms. The need to study the process of class stratification on the basis of groupings of peasant farms according to indirect indices makes the banal approach to the resolution of the problem particularly dangerous. The material on the dynamics of stratification is not large and is quite ill-assorted. All these materials suffer from mistakes both in the primary sources and in their approach to the matter, not to mention mistakes in calculation. As an example of the mistakes in the primary sources, one can cite an article by Vishnevsky which uses some data from the Altayski Ejegодnik for 1922/1923. The farms which according to the dynamic studies have no sown area, have a sown area of on average around 1 deciatin, and the range of error for other groups is evident from the right-hand column. The entirely relative character of groupings by sown area makes particularly dangerous its routine introduction into the explanation of the process of class stratification of the countryside. Under such circumstances, a judgment as to the stratification or equalization of the peasantry is made only according to the growth or decline in the percentage of the extreme sown area groups, which in any case does not coincide with the extreme class groups of the peasantry. Only a comparison of different kinds of data on the different groups of the peasantry can give sufficient material for judgment on the process of stratification of the peasantry. Point 4. Consequently, although studies of individual villages, velocity, and regions are particularly sinful in their approach to the matter, they contain much more detailed data which make it possible to call into question their economic analysis. In addition, because of the small extent of the region and of the groupings themselves, they bear a much less abstract character because of the unified trend of agriculture within the limits of a small region. The analysis of data on individual villages, velocity, and regions gives, besides the immediate results, the chance to judge the adequacy of less detailed data on bigger territorial units for the explanation of the process of rural class stratification. One can conclude this critique of the routine approach by an analysis of data from 6 rural Soviets in the Bogovsky and Semikarakursky regions of the Don area, which shows the interrelation between sown area and working livestock in 1924. The figures covered 3,573 farms, and were taken from a brochure entitled The Face of the Don Countryside. The grouping by sown area gives the following results. This table shows that the 70% of farms devoid of the basic means of production, working livestock, could not for this reason be actually independent farms, but were the objects of exploitation. The exploiting farms were hidden among the remaining 30% or in all probability, among the higher group classified by working livestock. But only the comparison of both groupings, that is, by the farm and by the extent of its own means of production, uncovers the picture of the interrelations of the different groups of the peasantry. The brochure indicates that the loading on one animal was 4 desiatins, that is, that one animal was necessary to cultivate this area. The loading differed in each type of farm, depending on its agricultural stock, the quality of its working livestock and so on. It was less in a small scale and greater in a large-scale farm. For this reason the establishment of a general norm of loading conceals the actual extent of stratification. Nevertheless, using this norm gives the following grouping. Thus the 10% of farms with a surplus of working livestock officially concentrated in their hands only 18% of all sown area, but actually the farms with excess livestock concentrated no less than 61% of all sown area in their hands. Relating this to Table 5, this same 10% of farms disposed of 53% of working livestock and held independence on themselves 74% of the farms. Only 16% of farms, disposing of 39% of the working livestock and 32% of the sown area, could be considered as independent farms, neither exploiting nor exploited, ignoring the possibility that some of these could be hiring wage labor. Comparing the results of the grouping by sown area and by working livestock, one finds that of the 15% of the farms in the highest sown area grouping, 6% had insufficient working livestock, around 6% had sufficient working livestock and around 3% had excess livestock. Of the 51% of sown area which this 15% of highest sown area farms disposed of, more than 20% belonged to farms with insufficient working livestock, 18% to farms with sufficient working livestock and only 12% to farms with excess working livestock. In other words, using the technical norm of the loading on livestock as an index for calculating access to the means of production, Kritsman was able to establish that the grouping by sown area did not coincide with the class grouping of the peasantry. He was similarly able to establish a discrepancy between the grouping by working livestock and his class grouping of the peasantry, but it was not so great as that between sown area and class. Despite the apparent power of this critique of the use of sown area as an index of class differentiation, Kritsman was very careful to point out the limitations of his alternative approach as a means of analyzing the class structure. The full details of these qualifications cannot be reproduced here, but they show that Kritsman understood that the above analysis did not apply to the whole of the USSR, and that among other things he understood the importance of organizational forms of the unit of production, that is, of the technical division of labor for class analysis. Briefly, Kritsman indicated that a part of those with no sown area could be petty bourgeois or even capitalists in other branches of the economy than agriculture. In addition, some of those without working livestock could be petty bourgeois or even capitalists, insofar as they were not engaged in agriculture but in market gardening or viticulture, each of which was developed in one of the 6 selsavti being investigated. Some of the biggest farms would be hiring working livestock but not as exploited farms. Finally, some of the farms with insufficient working livestock might be using tractors. Furthermore, the grouping introduced above defined farms only by the comparison of the extent of their sown area and the extent of their working livestock, employing a general norm of a loading on one head of livestock. This concealed class stratification because it did not reflect exploitation on the basis of the hiring of stock, or the open exploitation on the basis of hiring day workers or time rate workers. Having thus made this critique of the banal approach and established the need to use as many indices as possible, taking account of the specific situation in different parts of the country, Kritsman was in a position to examine the few detailed studies then available which contained pertinent information. He began with studies of individual villages. He knew of only one investigation containing serious material, which covered 7 villages and 5 only. It had been conducted by a commission of the Southeast Bureau of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party. The results were published in 1924, and it will be referred to here as the Southeast Study. This was followed by a study of individual velocity. To illustrate the relation of these velocity to the overall economy, the map overleaf shows the gubernia in which most of the velocity and villages analyzed by Kritsman are to be found. 5. The map provides a rough indication of the extent of capitalist development before the revolution in various gubernia. Unfortunately, it only covers European Russia. 6. The material that was used by Kritsman, then, is as follows. A. The Southeast Study. This consists of villages in the Don and Kuban regions of the Stavropol gubernia and the Georgian Republic. B. The Agricultural Center. The Nikolskaya Voloshev in Kursk gubernia. The Znamenskaya Voloshev and the Pavlodarskaya Voloshev, both in the Tambov gubernia. C. The Transvolga. The Malotolkovskaya Volosht in the Samara gubernia. D. The Ukraine. The Shamraevskaya Voloshev in the Kiev gubernia. E. The Industrial Center and the Northwest. The Yaropolskaya Voloshev in the Moscow gubernia. The Tsurukovskaya Voloshev in the Smolensk gubernia. The Goryskaya Voloshev in the Tver gubernia. The Prokshinskaya Voloshev in the Pskov gubernia. F. The Urals. The Petrovskaya Voloshev in the Bashkir Republic. This refers to data from 3 former velocity which were combined into one, and from several villages of the Chelyabinsk and Perm areas. G. Siberia and Kazakhstan. The Shchuchinskaya Voloshev in the Akmolenskov gubernia. The Alexandrovskaya Voloshev in the Kustena gubernia. The Tisutsky region of the Tomsk gubernia. The Urals, Siberia, and Kazakhstan are not shown on the map presented by Grosskopf. Proportion of non-peasant private property in the total cultivated surface in Russia in 1916. A. The Southeast Study. Although this study covered only 12 villages, Kritsman devoted a considerable amount of space to their analysis, on the already mentioned principle that examination of detailed studies could provide the basis for the evaluation of studies of larger territorial units. The biggest failing of the research is the arbitrary selection of reported data. For example, for some villages the data report only sown area groupings, in others grouping by working livestock, and so on. Yet the data are quite interesting and relatively detailed. They show a decline in sown area between 1917 and 1922, followed by a rise in 1923 to about half the 1917 sown area. The research report claims that the contemporary kulak is different from the pre-revolutionary kulak in trying not to distinguish himself from the peasant mass. Exploitation is often hidden in the form of the spryaga or nephew's service, and sown area registered as belonging to the poor in fact partly includes sown area belonging to kulaks. Grouping by sown area gives the following picture 7. In Bystroyansky Khutor, the farms without working livestock were almost entirely those with up to 4 desiatins, and by 1923 they also included 42% of those with between 4 and 10 desiatins. A similar pattern is evident in the growth of farms without stock. In Bystroyansky Khutor 23.8% of farms had no stock in 1917, 38.5% in 1922, and 41.8% in 1923. As with livestock, these farms were almost entirely those with up to 4 desiatins, but also included around 40% of farms between 4 and 10 desiatins. While such evidence might suggest that sown area was a reasonable index of class differentiation in the early 1920s, it was only possible to decide this on the basis of data on stock and livestock. What is most clear from this is the extent of class differentiation, and it is supported by other evidence. The researchers claimed that the hiring of stock and livestock from the prosperous farms was growing all the time in Jajieski station. This sometimes occurred under the cover of neighborly work or spryaga. In Bystriansky Kutter the percentage of farms engaged in the spryaga was as follows. The middle farms engaged in the spryaga least, and when they did so, according to the researchers, they did so with other middle farms, so that it bore a cooperative character, and could form the basis for collective peasant agriculture. The lowest farms did so with the highest farms, when it amounted to a form of exploitation. 9 There was also a growth of rural wage labor, for example, among the roughly 200 households of the Diakono settlement, there were 65 batraki in 1917, 5 in 1920, 7 in 1922, and 29 in 1924. According to the researchers, this was probably an underestimate, since it was hidden by both those hiring and by the batraki themselves. In addition, work was paid for by the day, but there was no fixed limit to the working day, which meant it was a quite oppressive form of employment. The prosperous farms also ruled on the grain market, as the following table indicates. Thus none of the farms in the lowest group sold grain, but more than a quarter of them bought it. Furthermore, the percentage selling grain increased in the groups with a larger sown area, while the percentage buying fell on the whole among these highest groups. The purpose of buying among these higher sown area groups was in any case the resale of grain later, as the following table shows. There is evidently a mistake in this grouping, but it does not affect the overall relationship. The farms with up to 4 dcatins sold about 3/4 of their grain at the end of the summer at low prices. The farms with over 19 dcatins sold 4/5 of their grain in the spring at higher prices. The prosperous also gained more benefits from cooperation. The only contrary evidence in the Southeast study was a remark that the poor predominated in a cooperative with a membership fee of 1 ruble 50 kopecks, but no data were provided. The overall picture is sustained by the access of the prosperous to credit cooperatives. Diakono settlement. According to the researchers, the same farms were receiving credit who were exploiting the poor by means of the spryaga and working off. The poor in the credit cooperative received no credit, but 7 cases were recorded of credit being given to the poor by the kulaks. There was a similar situation in Bystriansky Kutter. Thus farms with a greater sown area paid less tax per dcatin, partly because they obtained reductions due to a better knowledge of the law and better farm management. Even the Committee of Mutual Aid ran enterprises which were profitable for the prosperous, effectively making it a committee of self-supply. The data on the Georgian countryside are quite scanty. The researchers have claimed that there was a growth of the middle type of peasantry, but this was on the basis of provision of land. They also provided the following table, showing that differentiation was beginning again in 1923. The percentage of farms without sown area in Georgia were 1920 to 5.8, 1922 to 6.5, 1923 to 3.1, so the number of farms grew, that is, those with a sown area but no working livestock. One can conclude this analysis by saying that despite the partial and somewhat chaotic nature of the data, there is no doubt that a process of stratification of the peasantry is taking place, with the lowest groups in terms of sown area being transformed by their dependence on the highest groups, so that they are working with alien means of production, and with the growth of rural wage labor, although its extent is not clear. B. The Agricultural Center. Nikolskaya Velost, Kursk Gubernia. These figures are much more systematic than the above study and all refer to the same subject of research, the Velost. Yet they are much less detailed, and do not include the farms which were liquidated between 1917 and 1922. This undersampling is quite significant for 1917 and less so for 1922. The following table compares the survey by Yakovlev published in 1923 with the results of the agricultural census. The survey gives the following distribution of farms by sown area. Thus the middle groupings by sown area grew. Such a result is usually taken to mean that a process of equalization rather than stratification is taking place. Land holding. However, the distribution by working livestock gives a somewhat different impression. However, the actual meaning of these tables is clear only if one compares them with each other. While there was a steady decline in the proportion of farms without land or sown area, after 1920 there was an increase in the percentage of farms without working livestock. In addition, there was a steady increase in the percentage of farms hiring horses. The number of farms hiring horses is directly proportional to the excess of farms without working livestock over farms without sown area, so the hiring of horses is clearly a direct economic necessity for those farms with a sown area but no livestock. Not only horseless farms hire horses, as can be seen from the 1922 figures. Often they are hired by one-horse farms because of some misfortune, such as the horse being ill. The main conclusion to draw from this data is that in 1917 farms without livestock did not sow, that is, did not conduct their farming, but in 1920 and especially in 1922, they did conduct their farm with alien working livestock. The acuteness of the change between 1917 and 1920 shows that this process of hidden transition of farms to an essentially proletarian state took place to a significant degree during war communism. It is impossible to forget that simultaneously with the growth in such hidden forms of capitalist exploitation went the decline in open forms, so that with the transition to the NEP the extent of capitalist exploitation was not very great. It is possible to estimate this by the number of farms without working livestock. The transformation of more small farms into capitalist ones doubtless took place in connection with the lowering of those very farms possessing means of production. With the sharpening of competition, this phenomenon will doubtless begin to disappear. The farms with a small sown area are predominant in hiring horses. Parallel to the decline in time rate workers is the increase in day and piece rate workers, yet official statistics only record time rate workers. The number of farms engaged in the so-called promisli has also grown. There were 126 farms in 1917, 114 in 1920 and 148 in 1922. The figures show that the extreme sown area groups, above all, are engaged in promisli, indicating the growth in the sale by the poor of their labor power. 10. Kritsman also reproduced further evidence of differentiation. Of 25 farms renting out their land in 1922, 19 had no livestock. In contrast, 232 farms since the revolution have constructed new buildings or made capital repairs to the old, all the more striking in an area without wood, which implies that such repairs or constructions require the purchase of at least the materials. The prosperous farms sell proportionately more grain. The research report also claimed that the tax in kind particularly hit the weakest farms, unlike the Razverstka system of the old economic policy. During war communism, the president of the SEV Soviet was usually a poor or middle peasant, according to the report, whereas under the NEP it was usually a prosperous peasant. To sum up the study of Nikolsky Volost, the years 1920 to 1923 showed an indubitable process of proletarianization and an increase in work with alien livestock and agricultural implements. This was a process of class stratification of the peasantry, at the same time as the grouping by sown area showed a sharp decline in the extreme groups, that is, an equalization. A Znamensky Volost, Tambov Gubernia. This study, like the preceding one, was conducted by Yakovlev and published in 1924. It is free from the undersampling error of the previous study and is more systematic, if less detailed. The sown area grouping gives the following stratification. Even using the criterion of sown area, the stratification process was more intense than this table indicates. The average sown area per farm changed as follows. At the same time there was, especially among the bourgeois peasantry, a fall in the old large families and the establishment of a family of bourgeois type, as the following table shows. This indicates a complete change in the character of the sown area groups, as can be seen from changes in the sown area per person within each sown area group. This is a whole revolution. The difference between the average sown area per person in the lowest and highest groups changed from 2½ times in 1920 to 6½ times in 1923. The commodity character of the highest groups is indicated by the fact that in them are concentrated the special crops, as was evident in the case of flax. The highest sown area groups also predominate in terms of productive livestock. However, it is worth attempting a comparison of farms without sown area and farms without livestock. Without sown area. Without working livestock. Excess of those without working livestock over those without sown area. This indicates that there was a colossal growth in the number of farms being run with alien working livestock. The loss of working livestock was borne primarily by the lowest sown area groups. The same process was indicated by the number of working horses per farm, but the evidence of class differentiation in terms of stock was not so clear. In 1920, 37.1% of farms had no stock at all, as against 37.7% in 1923. Similarly, for complex machinery, 86.8% of the farms had none in 1920, as against 89.6% in 1923. However, the stock tended over the 3 years to become concentrated in the highest sown area groups. Kritsman showed this in various tables, but I have chosen one which compared working horses with plows and complex machinery in percentage terms, which makes it comparable with Table 37. These figures seem to corroborate the analysis of the distribution of stock and livestock by Grosskopf based on figures referring to the overall economy. One can summarize these results as follows: the lowest sown area groups have lost a little sown area, but a great deal of stock and livestock, and are thus using alien means of production. The middle groups have lost sown area, but this has been offset by the decline in the number of farms and in population. However, the loss of stock has been much greater than the loss of sown area. In the group with 6 to 10 deciatins, the position is not definite. The highest groups has a concentration, not only of sown area, but also stock and livestock. The data do not allow the grouping by livestock, nor the comparison of the extent of the farms with the extent of means of production. But if one proceeds from the number of farms without working livestock and from the average sown area per farm within each sown area group, it is possible to estimate the sown area of farms without livestock, see Table 41. Thus the number of farms being run without working livestock has grown, but their sown area has grown more quickly, and the capitalist farms in this way hold in their hands almost half the farms with almost 1/3 of the sown area. Farms with insufficient livestock were not counted in this calculation, nor were farms with no stock or not enough stock, nor, finally, were the open forms of capitalist exploitation. On the basis of this picture of concentration of the means of production in the highest sown area groups, one can use the data available to describe the interrelations between the groups. The farms without sown area in 1920 almost completely disappeared during the 3 years, and since the number of such farms almost trebled up to 1923, this was because of other farms losing their sown area. Farms without means of production are compelled to rent it. 80% of farms hiring horses are horseless farms, or to put it another way, 67% of all horseless farms hire livestock of some kind. Of the remaining horseless farms, most plow by some other means: cow, bullock, pulling a scraper by hand, or harnessing themselves to the plow. Clearly these independent farms are ones which could find no buyer for their labor power. The renting of stock shows a similar pattern. Of those renting stock, 73% are horseless farms, and 27% are farms with horses. After a critique of a table showing the hiring of stock, livestock, and workers according to a conventional definition of poor, middle and prosperous peasants, a critique which showed that the peasant running his own farm was one step from giving it up and renting out the land, Kritsman examined the renting of land for arable or fodder purposes. Thus the farms with highest sown area are renting in extra land, particularly for haymaking. All farms over 10 deciatins are renting extra land, as are 77.6% of farms between 6 and 10 deciatins. Even state land is being rented by the peasants, and between 1/3 and 1/2 of the weakest farms are renting out land, that is, no less than 15% of all farms. There are no data on wage labor, but data are available on the so-called promisli. The number of farms engaged in promisli declined slightly between 1920 and 1923, in percentage points the decline was from 22.2% to 20.9%. However, closer examination reveals a different aspect to this decline. Thus promisli are not trades and crafts in the sense applicable to an independent farm. The highest sown area farms are most engaged in special crop production, yet their commitment to promisli declined, and the percentage of male workers engaged in promisli rose dramatically among the lowest sown area groups from 1920 to 1923. The prosperous farms also make most use of cooperation. The highest sown area groups are all members of cooperatives. Although only 5% of all farms, they are 12% of cooperative members. Comparing the middle row with the distribution of farms not in cooperatives, it is clear that more than half the cooperative members have a sown area of over 6 deciatins, whereas almost 70% of the non-members have less than 4 deciatins. The research report claimed that these cooperatives were only used as a cover for the large-scale peasants to rent government land. The poor peasants' share in these cooperatives were de facto the property of their rich relatives, according to the research report. Deliveries at the local railway station for one cooperative, for example, were not transported to the village cooperatively. Each farm had to transport its own seed loan from the station for itself. No one, not even a relative, carried the seed free to any horseless farm. The transport charges were quite high. Similarly, in the autumn each farm had to carry away its own harvest independently. The attitude of the peasants not entering cooperatives to the agricultural cooperatives was very hostile. Sometimes wage laborers were described by those hiring them as members of the artel. However, some of the arteli were typically composed of Seredniakal. The prosperous also used the committees of mutual aid, and predominated among the leadership. These committees only helped themselves and were composed of those who needed no help. Only those who could provide shoes and clothes for their children sent them to school. Even the tax burden fell most heavily on the poor, since they paid tax on the harvest they paid to those who had plowed their land, or on the harvest of the land they had rented out, whereas the larger farms renting the land, who disposed of the harvest, paid no tax on it. In general, the analysis of Znamensky of Alost confirms the analysis of the data from the other regions. Thus the stratification of the peasantry took place significantly more quickly than could be judged from the movements in the percentages of the extreme sown area groupings. This circumstance is not surprising, for the grouping was produced on the basis of data of sown area of one's own farm juridically, and not in the economic sense of sown area, and hence were consciously distorted by the population. B. Pavlodarsky of Alost, Tambov Gubernia. This analysis is based on a report by G. Dronin which suffers from the same problem as the Nikolsky of Alost. It counted only farms existing in 1922 and did not count farms which had been liquidated by 1922. For 1917 this undersampling comprised 11.4% of all farms, and 10.8% of the population. The significance of this for the weak farms can be seen by comparing their distribution on various indices in the survey with their distribution in the agricultural census. There has thus been a clear and quite significant growth in farms without stock or livestock which are nevertheless running as farms. The figures in brackets are those of the agricultural census, so the effects of undersampling are not too great in this respect. There is a difference between the compulsory use of means of production by the poor in the early post-revolutionary years and the later, dependent use of stock and livestock. However, the compulsion was not heavy in the early years since many of the poor were at the front. There is only anecdotal evidence in the report on the hiring of livestock and stock, but apparently the conditions for doing so are burdensome. The peasantry are concentrating on repair and construction work of their own farms, despite the lack of wooden materials. The horseless farms cannot gather the wood, and are giving themselves into servitude in buying ready-made constructions. The report mentions the development of renting land of up to 9, 13, and even 18 deciatins and says, the conditions of exploitation of labor and of renting land out of the state funds and from the Sovkhazi favor the process of growth of a new bourgeoisie, at the expense of the Soviet state and the poor. The report claims that those hanging on to farms did so because there was not enough work outside the farm, and that this process could not last for long. While not objecting to this as the reason for the poor staying on their farms, one must point out that the situation is that the poor are running their farms with alien means of production, a hidden form of proletarianization which accounts for the relatively few farms without sown area, and which shows why the state of affairs could be a long-lasting one. The Pavlodarsky of Alost research is interesting because it gives the chance to compare the groupings by sown area, working livestock, and stock with the general grouping by wealth which it also uses. The wealth groups are defined as follows. Prosperous those with full presence of livestock, both working and productive, and with a male workforce and agricultural stock. Middle those with a partial presence of the above. Weak those with a lack of working livestock, a small quantity of productive livestock and a decline in agricultural stock. Promisely, as a rare phenomenon, is only taken into account in the Velost when the degree of prosperity depends on it. This definition of degree of wealth gives the following results. Neither the farms without horses nor those without stock exhaust the number of weak farms dependent on other farms, which apparently include those farms with stock but without livestock, and vice versa. In 1917 the lack of stock seemed fundamental, but in 1922 it was the lack of livestock which placed the weak in great dependence on the more powerful households. The comparison shows that neither in 1917 nor in 1922 did the number without sown area correspond to the weak, but if in 1917 those with no sown area or up to 2 deciatins roughly corresponded to the weak, then in 1922 it was those with up to 4 deciatins. In other words, those sowing 2 to 4 deciatins had changed from petit bourgeois to proletarian farms. On the basis of a similar comparison for the prosperous, one can conclude that if in 1917 not all 2-horse farms were prosperous, in 1922 all farms with 2 or more horses were prosperous. In 1917 most farms with a plow and saka were prosperous, but in 1922 this was not enough to be prosperous. It is more difficult to draw conclusions about the middle peasants. In 1917 they roughly coincided with the numbers owning 1 horse, whereas in 1922 some of those with 1 horse were weak. At the same time there was an increase in the proportion of middle farms with a plow and saka by 1922, and their sown area also increased. This raises doubts about the definition of middle farms. The partial presence of necessary means of production could mean that they are insufficient in the means of production, that is, weak farms. In addition, a small quantity of productive livestock could mean that they are actually middle farms being independent but not exploiting. Yet despite all the inadequacies of the data on the Pavlodarsky of Alost, it shows the same process of stratification as the more detailed data collected earlier. See the Transvolga, Malotolkovsky of Alost, Samara Gubernia. This is based on a report by M. Prokantsev. The data on this Velost are very scanty. There was 22% undersampling of farms in 1917, and 30% in 1920. The Velost has undergone famine and from 1920 to 1922 lost almost half its working horses, 2/5 of its cows, almost 3/4 of its sheep, more than 90% of its pigs, and 1/4 of its plows and machines. The sown area grouping gives the following results. Clearly, a significant part of the peasantry in 1922 conducted their farms with the help of alien working horses and agricultural stock. In particular, it can be noted that the report said that for plowing, 2 or more horses were harnessed together. In 1922, almost half the farms had no working livestock, as the following table shows. The table demonstrates that around 410 farms had no working livestock, and about 354 had no plows. Kritsman paid no other attention to the grouping by wealth because it was not shown in the report how the categories were defined. The report claims that the costs to the poor of hiring livestock were extraordinarily high, but that the prosperous paid a low rent to the poor who rented out land to them. It also claims that the poor, not having the strength to cope with the land which remained after the distribution according to the number, were compelled to give their allotment to peasants with horses and stock, either for rent or for cultivation. The poor often worked as day workers not because they needed to, but to work off the use of horses, stock, seed grain, and other things. The prosperous parts of the peasantry often bought horses in Siberia. The following data on the interrelation of time rate and day workers are interesting. Time rate working has almost been extinguished, but day working has hardly diminished, being used during harvesting and threshing. The count of hired labor, especially day workers, is without doubt not complete for 1922, but it does express the change in the hiring of time rate workers. If it is counted in person months, then the open hiring of labor on a daily basis was 3% in 1917 and 32% in 1922. D. The Ukraine, Shamraevsky Volast, Kiev Gubernia. This analysis is based on a report by Zybolsky. There was no undersampling, compared to the agricultural census. It was correctly remarked in the report that Kiev Gubernia was the region of the sugar industry, which has a great influence on the peasant economy. In the town of Shamraevka itself there is a sugar factory which is starting to have an economic relation with the peasantry. Nevertheless, there was not a sound in the report on the sown area of sugar beet or its distribution. There was the usual banal sown area grouping without understanding that the sown area of beetroot is the determining feature of a sugar beet region. The sown area grouping gives the following picture of equalization, slowing down in the period 1920-2. The percentage of farms renting in stock is colossal and rises in proportion with the excess of farms without plows over the percentage without sown area, showing that it is an economic necessity. Even some of the farms with working livestock rent in stock, in fact, more than half of them in 1922. The report says that the one-horse peasant is a Seredniak of a new type who is trying to move into the present-day Seredniaki, and supports the latter. He lives in friendship with the present-day Seredniak for he uses a plow, a cultivator, and a chaff cutter. One must point out that since no farms had more than 2 horses in 1922, the present-day Seredniak with 2 horses disposes of almost 2/3 of the horses, although they are only 1/4 of the farms. One has to look among them for those who are exploiting, to some degree or other, 3/4 of the peasantry. The political effects of this are, according to the report, that the one-horse peasant feels himself strong, fearing neither the horseless peasant nor the local powers, and together with the 2-horse peasants runs the village. There is also a grouping by wealth in the report which shows how careful one must be with such a grouping. Among the weak are 133 farms with 2 horses, almost half the 2-horse farms. The report then excludes them on the grounds that they were middle peasants. The report says that the peasants themselves considered the 2-horse peasants as middle peasants. E. The Industrial Center and Northwest. Yaropolsky Volast, Moscow Gubernia. The data on both these industrial regions are quite unsatisfactory and take no account of the influence on the class stratification of the peasantry of the basic features of these regions, industrial crops, livestock rearing and the non-agricultural occupations of the peasantry. The most detailed data are those on Yaropolsky Volast, largely thanks to the fact that 2 investigations were conducted. The first, in 1922, was by P. Gurov and the second, in 1924, was by F. Kritov. It is only possible to compare them in rare cases, since the first contains data on 1917, 1920, and 1922, while the second predominantly concerns 1915, 1923, and 1924. Besides, each author tends to remain silent on the issues discussed by the other. The earlier 1922 investigation only counts farms existing in 1922, excluding farms liquidated between 1917 and 1922, but undersampling is only 6% for 1917, 1920, and 1922.11. For this reason, the comparison of the number of farms and sown area in 1917, and the number of farms and working livestock for 1920 does not show a special undersampling of the weak farms. A direct comparison for the 1922 research shows a certain undersampling of farms without working livestock, and without cows, and a more significant undersampling of farms without sown area. The apparent undersampling of farms without cows is possibly because 100 farms have somehow disappeared from the distribution of farms by number of cows, and it is not clear from which grouping they have been lost. Both investigations for Yaropolsky of Alost give almost no data on the industrial crops or on the non-agricultural occupations of the peasantry. In the 1922 research there was only the remark, unsupported by data, that for the 5-year period from 1917 to 1922 the number of farms with promysly and the number of people occupied in seasonal and local promysly had grown. In the 1924 study, one finds the following data on the number of passports issued to people going out to get earnings. Clearly there was a rapid revival in the proportion going out to work after 1922, but there is no grouping of farms on this basis. The figures refer to both men and women. This is clearly a region of people primarily occupied outside their farms as workers. There was a growth in the sown area and in the amount of productive livestock, but not horses. After the revolution, this process started in 1921 or 1922. Taking 1915 as 100 for sown area, and 1914 as 100 for livestock. This growth was composed of the growth in the farms of actual farm owners and of the increase in sown area and productive livestock of the essentially unemployed, running their farm of necessity and going off to the city as soon as the possibility opened up. In fact, the growth in sown area and its transition to the pre-war level arrived in 1925 when the practice of leaving was already quite widespread. On flax cultivation, the 1922 study only gives remarks in brackets such as flax cultivation is highly developed in this region, or here flax is a quite important factor in peasant commodity circulation. There was a rapid growth in the number of farms selling flax. Thus there was a direct growth from 1921 to 1924 of 61%. However, there is no grouping by flax cultivation in this study either. There was also a significant growth in pig and sheep rearing, according to the 1924 study. The figures are interpreted in the 1924 study as a general improvement in the material well-being of the peasantry, which implies a growth in the farms of all strata of the peasantry, but the decline in the number of farms without cows is paralleled by a growth in the number of horseless farms and in the number of passports issued to those leaving for paid employment. In a certain proportion of cases, what is happening is the growth of the domestic farm of workers and employees, usually in the care of their wives, so that the peasant can achieve a rise in living standards and improve the domestic farm by acquisition of a cow. Yet the farm, as the enterprise of an independent owner, has collapsed. From being petit bourgeois, although very poor, he has been transformed into a proletarian, although his living standard has improved because of this. To a special degree this refers to peasants without horses, that is, without basic means of production. I have noted earlier that the class stratification of the peasantry can appear in the form of the transition of farms with no sown area into sowing farms. Is class stratification now appearing in the form of the transition of farms without cows into farms with cows? It is necessary to avoid putting in the same pile those who live by the alienation of their labor power outside their own farm, and those who conduct their own farm, that is, to distinguish the economic types of the proletarian and the petit bourgeois. This is the first demand which must be put to the researcher, which he is obliged to fulfill, if he is not to play games with numbers. Up to this time, unfortunately, this demand has always been transgressed. The growth in proletarianization is shown by the growth cited above in the farms without plow instruments and without horses. It can be seen from the comparison of the farms without sown area, without livestock, and without stock. Not surprisingly, the 1922 report states that the general number of farms renting in stock is growing continuously. the general number of implements and machines has grown. According to the report, after the revolution, and especially after the NEP, the prosperous and middle peasants by some means took over the machines, and the poor fell into the role of renting these machines, to be paid by working off in the field, house, or farmyard, although originally they had access to these machines on a friendly basis. The prosperous rented out at hiring points a large part of the complex machinery, but the middle and poor rented simple machines from their prosperous fellow countrymen. The 1924 report only said one word on this issue. In the single official machine cooperative there were 9 members and 40 plows and several other items of stock, that is, 4.4 plows per member. The author of the 1924 study almost completely lacks a class approach to the analysis of the countryside, as can be seen from the fact that after introducing a table on the hiring of wage labor by traders and the owners of dairy factories and other enterprises, he claimed that it shows that the base of the kulak was not in agriculture. This implies that a kulak is defined by the hiring of wage labor. Clearly the Volost is not typical of the whole Moscow gubernia, if the 1924 study is accurate. Apart from the significance of cows in some domestic farms, the growth of the percentage of farms with more than 3 cows is somewhat more significant than it seems, since the average number of cows in farms with 3 or more grew from 3.7 in 1922 to 7.4 in 1923, and 7.9 in 1924. But dairy farming is only one direction in which Yaropolskia Volost is developing its commodity agriculture, it seems. Although there are no data on other branches of agriculture, there are data on the number of permits for construction. Thus the construction of houses suddenly declined after 1923 and the construction of economic buildings suddenly increased greatly in 1923. Although these two reports do not give many of the most important data, nevertheless they can be used to show the growth of the class stratification of the peasantry. Tsurikovskaya Volost / Smolensk gubernia. This is based on a study by A. Vinogradov. It only included 41% of the farms in its sample, and also omitted those farms liquidated between 1917 and 1922. There is no agricultural census data available, so the extent of undersampling of particular groups cannot be estimated. From the research it is evident that in the Volost whole villages went off on paid carpentry work on occasions, but there are no numerical data on this. There are data for 1917, 1920, and 1922 only on agricultural stock. The report obscurely refers to horseless and stockless, who for the use of horses and stock give away part of the grain harvested by them. It naively remarks that the farms without horses and without stock receive help from their closest relatives, so that the possibility of exploitation is reduced. But the 14% in 1920 of farms without stock signified a large growth in the number of exploited farms, because in 1920 they had compulsory access to the stock of the prosperous, but in 1922 this had already become impossible. Evidently, 1/3 of farms were engaged in promysly, that is, for every 100 farms there were 32 people so engaged in 1917, 1920, and 1922. The best indication of the situation on working livestock is that the percentage of farms without it was 16.5 in 1917 and 11% in 1922. According to a dynamic study, the percentage of farms without working livestock for the whole Smolensk gubernia was 10.9 in 1920 and 12.4 in 1922. Evidently the percentage of farms without livestock changed from 1917 to 1922 in a manner analogous to the changes in farms without stock, that is a reduction to 1920 and an increase to 1922. How far the situation changed from 1920 to 1922 can be judged from the following statements of the report. The struggle for equalization in the years 1918, 1919 and 1920 included villages occupied in going off for carpentry work. Here the victory of the weak was most complete. In another region, impelled by tax pressure, the weak in the year just past of 1922 went over onto a definite offensive with the aim of achieving equalization. But there was already not enough time. Here and there the struggle was not completed. and where it was completed, it finished not with the victory of the poor, but a compromise with the prosperous. The taxes were heavy for the weak, not even mentioning those without livestock or without stock. Tax pressure above all hindered the weak farm from sustaining itself, and on the other hand, the relative weakness of taxes for the prosperous assisted them. The research report has a grouping by wealth, but it is not known how it was arrived at, and it does not include all the farms studied without indicating which farms were excluded or why. According to this classification, the middle peasantry have the best chance of changing their farm into a kutter, which again shows the dangers of the banal approach to the peasantry. Goriskaya Velost, THIRD-WORLDISM. The data are somewhat better in the study conducted by A. Bolshakov, which includes liquidated farms. The main problem with the study is the introduction of the 1924 figures, which are not comparable due to a large increase in population and number of farms when the Velost was enlarged. According to the report, formerly many went off on seasonal promisely to factories and plants, but at the time of the study factory and plant workers stayed at home willy-nilly. In 1913 the Velost had received 159,298 rubles in this way, but in 1924 only 14,638 rubles. Before the war there had been a large amount of bazaar trade, which was evidently in flax. In Goriskaya Velost there had been a fair 8 times a year with an annual turnover of 1,000,000 rubles. In the Velost the percentage of sown area devoted to flax was as follows. Thus the increase in the proportion of farms with 2 or more cows is an indication of the developing commodity relations. This can be seen more clearly by showing the proportion of cattle owned by these groupings. The report also makes the interesting remark that the tax policy and line of conduct of the most important commissariat for the peasantry, the People's Commissariat of Agriculture, during the NEP has weakly supported the poorest farms, and weakly defended them from the stronger prosperous farms. The prosperous farms make better use of the cooperatives. Unfortunately, for the reasons indicated above, these data are insufficient to form a judgment on the class stratification in the Velost. Proksinskaya Velost, Peskov Gubernia. The basis of this section is the study by A. Grafov. The data are even more scanty than for the previous Velost, only farms existing in 1922 were counted. It is impossible to estimate the undersampling of liquidated farms since there are no data from the agricultural census. According to the report, the Peskov peasantry were an unfailing supply of labor power to the Petrograd factories and plants, and the remaining part of the free hands were used in farms cultivating flax, but neither of these circumstances are taken into account in the research. According to the report, the Peskov peasantry are now being suffocated by a surplus of labor power. It is interesting that, judging by the farms left in 1922, the main mass of land redistributions and of returns from the city were in 1918. The following are the percentages of total sown area devoted to flax. According to the report, the forms of payment are varied: metage, money, grain, hay, a field for tilling another field. There are cases when the poor receive livestock and stock and seed from the prosperous, but a large part of these deals are connected with the renting of land. Elsewhere the report remarks that there is a mass migration of peasants. Unfortunately there is no grouping by sown area of flax or by working livestock, nor even by sown area. There is only a grouping by wealth, and it is not known how it was arrived at. The prosperous are said in the report to be almost entirely traders, and are more friendly to Soviet power than before the NEP. The tax in kind, the new economic law, the opening of free trade and a series of other measures enable them to pursue their well-being unhindered. Despite the inadequacies of the data on the velocity of the industrial regions, the root of which lies in the banal approach to the question, the data for some velocity confirm the growth of hidden capitalist exploitation, and in the others leave the question open for further investigation. Evidently, the grouping by stock has a basic significance for these regions. For 2 of the 4 velocity examined above on which there are data on the percentage of farms without stock, there was growth in the percentage from 1920 to 1922 of the farms without stock at the same time as the percentage of farms without livestock fell somewhat. The percentage without stock in both velocity up to 1922 exceeded the percentage without livestock. The same phenomenon can be seen in the Shamraevsky Volast in Kiev Gubernia, where the sown area of sugar beet plays a big role. Only the analysis of the special groupings can uncover the significance of this fact. In addition, the analysis of the essentially separate matter of the domestic agriculture of industrial and other workers or small owners whose basic occupation is not cultivation would help clarify the significance of this fact, as would the separate analysis of the actual rural owner cultivators. Unfortunately, there are no data on these matters in the studies of the above four velocity. F. The Urals, Petrovskaya Volast in the Bashkir Republic. The data on the Bashkir Republic are based on the unpublished report by S. Sedgaliev and refer to 1925, in comparison with 1912. The former Gyre Konkakskaya Volast is purely livestock rearing and engaging in handicraft promysly. Because of the famine, the population declined catastrophically by 61.5%, working livestock by 94%, large horned livestock by 76%, and other livestock by 93.5%. The character of the change indicated above is quite distinct. For example, in the former Petrovskaya Volast all provided themselves with sown area, but the proportion of horseless farms quadrupled, going to almost half of all farms. In the former Makaravskaya Volast the percentage of farms with no sown area declined by almost 9 times, while the percentage with no horses increased by 2.5 times, going up to almost 2/3 of the farms. Kritsman also had recourse to a study of some villages in the Kelyabinsk and Perm areas, although he regarded it as not serious and insignificant. It showed a lack of understanding of the stratification of the peasantry, since it constantly discussed distributions in terms of per farm averages of the whole sample. There is nothing on changes in the stratification of the peasantry. But there is a certain interest in the data on rural wage laborers working on farms in the Etolescu region. In 1915 they counted up 1,500 people, whereas in 1924 there were 900 to 1,000 people. Since there were 4,613 households in the region, then there was at least one wage laborer to every 4 or 5 households. The distribution of batraki by place of work was as follows. That means that only in less than 15% of cases can the hiring be explained by the lack of labor power in the family. The researchers argue for a reduction in the land available to peasants so that it would correspond to the fertilizer available and the smaller farms could be properly run. They also analyze the kudari quite separately from the village where they hired their wage labor, with the result that class differentiation was less apparent. These 4 kudari in 1924 sowed 440 desiatins. There is also a quite strange commune which hires a significant amount of wage labor. The better off peasants receive on credit various machines which are very expensive. The most needy receive plows, horses, and grain on credit. Thus in the Perm area a process of stratification is taking place. In the village of Starky the distribution of farms in terms of arable land changed as follows. This indicates some differentiation, but there is no grouping by sown area. The amount of haymaking land increased by 46%. This shift into haymaking was to avoid the tax on sown area, not arable land, indicating how statistics can express legal rather than economic changes. In 1923 there were 3 farms without horses, 28 with 1 horse and 1 with 2 horses, whereas in 1924 there were no farms without horses, 30 with 1 horse and 3 with 2 horses. In another village, Novy Tumaki, there were 10 horseless farms in 1923 and 1924, 16 farms with 1 horse in 1923 and 1 farm with 2 horses in 1924 only. The horseless farms paid for the hire of horses in grain, or by working off. The data on sown area and arable land are in a complete mess, so no more can be gained from this study. G. Siberia and Kazakhstan. Shchuchinskaya Volast, Akmalinskaya Gubernia. The data are taken from a document by Amorosanov. The document was published in a shorter form in Na Agrarnom Front. It contained data up to 1925. The Volast is characterized by an abundance of unsown land because of the colossal decline of sowing up to 1923. For this reason, the extent of individual peasant farms is here determined not by their land, but by their means of production. Taking 1917 data as 100, there is the following distribution. The groupings by sown area and working livestock are only available for Szczucinski Volast for 1923-4, so material for a judgment on the dynamics of stratification is only available for an interval of 1 year. To understand the actual character of the changes occurring, one must start with the center of the Volast, Szczucina station, for which there are data for 1924-5 as well. Thus there was a so-called movement downwards from 1923 to 1924 in the possession of livestock, and a so-called movement upwards from 1924 to 1925, but the result, although not so clear as the two movements, from 1923 to 1925 was differentiation. This conclusion is confirmed by data on the percentage of livestock within each livestock group. The working livestock is concentrated in the highest groups. Because the differentiation is somewhat hidden by the movement downwards, it is especially unsatisfactory to limit oneself only to the percentage distribution of farms. More detailed data are necessary. The grouping by sown area for the whole Volast is as follows. The researchers' conclusion that stratification has decreased is a hasty one. Kritsman showed that there were problems in the report's treatment of the highest sown area groups, and consequently treated those with over 15 deciatins as a single group for some purposes. Kritsman regrouped the table into the following groups: without sown area at up to 2 deciatins, 2 to 8 deciatins, 8 to 15 deciatins, and over 15 deciatins. This gave an increase in the extreme groups and in the 2 to 8 deciatin group, but a decline in the other two groups. It is therefore not possible on the sown area index to reach a definite conclusion. This is related to the fact that in the Volast there is a lot of fallow land which is much harder to improve and requires 2 pairs of horses or oxen to plow any land, even soft land which is being plowed again. Only 3 or 4 pairs make it possible to plow fully properly. Thus only farms with over 12 deciatins have enough horses to plow even easy land, and in most cases the 2 to 8 deciatins group has insufficient working livestock to plow. Thus the growth registered in their number and their own area is to a significant degree based on taking on alien livestock. The above table also shows that the loading of horses in the very highest sown area farms is lower than in the ones just below them. Calculating the loading per deciatin on horses for the different sown area groupings, Kritsman concluded that the very highest group did not rent out horses, but took on hired wage labor, whereas the groups of from 12 to 20 deciatins hired out livestock to the groups with a lower sown area. Kritsman then turned to the distribution of farms grouped by working livestock. These figures seem to support the results for Szczucina station, giving a downward movement, but it is only a stage in the process of class stratification, as Table 97 also indicates. Taking Tables 96 and 97 together, those with one or no horse have increased their sown area from 28.9% in 1923 to 43.3% in 1924. This requires the use of alien working livestock, and could thus be considered as the growth of the hidden sown area of the highest group. The sown area of farms with 3 head of working livestock could be considered partly as a growth of the sown area on the basis of the Sapryaga joint use of stock, of farms of equal capacity, and partly the growth of sown area of powerful farms which had for the time being sold a horse. The reduction in the sown area among the highest livestock groups was thus partly offset by the growth in their hidden sown area. The livestock group went down proportionately less than the number of farms in that group. In other words, the surviving highest livestock farms concentrated more sown area and livestock in their hands, which is not evident simply from the classification of farms by livestock. Finally, for this study, one can compare the percentage of farms without sown area and without working livestock. There are no data on the hiring of livestock or stock, but the report says that the basic feature of stratification is working livestock, and that the poor peasant is compelled to hire under conditions that are quite heavy for him. There is no accurate count for the velocity of farms hiring in labor power, but, according to local workers, in the working season no less than 25% of farms hire in workers, which corresponds to the percentage of farms with 3 horses and more. It is reported that there were around 1,500 batraki in the velocity, which for 3,111 farms means 1 rural wage worker for every 2 farms, and 2 batraki for every farm actually hiring wage labor. Alexandrovskaya velocity, Kustanaskaya gubernia. This is taken from the article by A. Yermolenko of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party. It does not contain direct data on the dynamics of the class stratification of the peasantry. The report says that the ground is solid and needs 4 to 5 horses to a 1-horse plow, and 3 to 4 horses on waste ground. Hence 70% of the horseless and 1-horse farms depend on the remaining 30% with many horses. Usually the 1-horse farms cooperate with 2 or 3-horse farms, more rarely with other 1-horse farms. In the majority of cases the form of exploitation is working off in very varied ways, right up to the brewing by the poor peasant of home brew for the prosperous peasant. Plowing is done almost exclusively with a plow, rather than, say, a saka. In 1924 the distribution of peasant farms in terms of horses was as follows. Thus, in a manner similar to the previous study, the loading on 1 horse is slightly lower in the highest livestock farms, than in the group just below them. This is partly explained by the fact that the most prosperous peasants buy wheat in the villages, and own horses that are doing nothing in winter, and are hired out in summer. Thus the extra horses are not used on their own farms. Characteristically, only 17% of farms without horses do not sow. There are farms sowing up to 70 desiatins, harvesting over 2,000 PUDs of grain. There are 170 registered batraki, averaging 1 to every 3 farms with 2 or more horses. Since it is similar to Shchuchinskaya velocity, it is interesting to see the social composition of various kinds of rural organizations. On the direction of the cooperatives, it is reported that one was in the hands of the prosperous, one had 3 middle peasants running it, the third was run by the poor, but its auditing commission was run by prosperous and middle peasants, and the fourth was directed by 2 poor peasants and 1 middle peasant. Defining the poor as those with 1 or no horse, the middle with 2 horses and prosperous as those with 3 or more, the following table indicates access to school. 3/4 of the most prosperous farms have members in rural soviets, and 1/2 are in the presidium. The author remarks that the contemporary Soviet people are to be found among the very prosperous peasants. 12 Agricultural tax falls primarily on the poorest peasants, see Table 102. This is a slightly misleading picture since the report takes the harvest per desiatin as the same. Consequently for the lowest group the gross harvest and surplus is exaggerated, and is reduced for the highest group. The translation of the tax into PUDs assumed a single price for all groups, while the author indicates that the poor receive 80 kopecks for their grain, while the rich get 2 rubles, so the tax for the rich is exaggerated by up to 2.5 times. Thus one could truly say that in this velocity the prosperous actually pay a proportionately lower tax on their gross harvest than the horseless farm. The agricultural tax takes all the surplus of a 1-horse farm, forcing them to work as batraki or by working off for the prosperous. However, not only tax, but also state help to the poor sometimes becomes an instrument for the subordination of the poor by the prosperous, since it can be used as a means of payment to the prosperous, ending up among the 2 and 3 horse farms. Once again this is based on a document by a member of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, A. Musadov. This one is unpublished. It contains data on changes from 1922 to 1924 in working livestock and sown area, reproduced in the following 2 tables. The report claims that these data are somewhat doubtful, since the Gubstat Bureau figures show no farms with more than 4 horses, yet there are many farms with more than 6 horses and even 20 or 30 farms with more than 10 horses. The same could be said in relation to sown area. The author claims that in 1924 there were around 20% of farms with 1 horse, around 68 to 9% with 2 or 3 horses and 10 to 11% with 4 or more horses. The author claims that hidden zone area is a mass phenomenon in this region. On this evidence the kulaks are an insignificant part of the population, so that along with hidden zone area there is hidden stratification. In a word, it is impossible to take the figures presented seriously. The report claims that the position of the rich is improving, and of the poor is deteriorating, but there is no evidence on how widely the rich exploit the poor, since the peasantry simply hide the kulaks. If one defines the kulak as a peasant hiring wage labor the whole year round, then the number of such kulaks is growing all the time, but in the region there are other forms by which the kulaks exploit the poor, such as paying for the use of machines. In this region, because of the very short and rainy summer and autumn, it is difficult without harvesting machinery to sow, harvest the grain and provide sufficient fodder for the livestock. Grain is threshed exclusively by a thresher. Wheat in the region is full of weeds, so a sorting machine is completely necessary. The rich rent out these machines. By the accounts verified by the Commission of the Subrevkom and well known to the peasants themselves, a thresher pays for itself in a year, as does a harvester. There are farms which have reduced their sown area or even stopped sowing and now live off their machinery. There are more than 30 such farms, that is, half of 1% of the farms. Paying by working off loan of grain, hay, and so on. Such a form of payment is usually twice as dear to the peasant if one considers the cost of wage labor. Renting out the best land. Often 5 or 6 of the rich use the best land, for help with the grain or hay harvest. In 1923 this was because the poor could not afford to pay rent. Even the old obshchina is a form of exploitation. It widely and systematically uses free labor power, employing on an annual basis an entire village within its boundaries, whose members bring their own horses, plow, thresh and so on, and are paid worse rates than by the local kulaks. The obshchina pays between 1/4 and 1/2 of the rates paid by kulaks, depending on the task. The political influence of the prosperous is also growing in the region. The numbers of prosperous peasants on the presidium of the Selssovet has grown from 2 to 5. 4 peasants were elected to the regional executive committee, all very rich and poor, and Batrak candidates are often removed. The Batraki do not go to the Selssovet because they are not peasants. Where there is a clash of groups, the prosperous are the deciders. Preliminary conclusions. The data have not been artificially selected. I have used all the material available to me. Despite problems of generalizing from the data, one can draw out from the data definite methods of approach to a greater mass of material. Only on the basis of the latter will it be possible to arrive at definite conclusions on the problems indicated in further works. Nevertheless, it is possible to draw certain preliminary conclusions. 1. Until now the basic growing form of capitalist agriculture in the USSR has been the capitalist agriculture based on the hiring out of working livestock and agricultural stock, under which the hidden capitalist appears as a worker, working on someone else's farm with his own working livestock and stock, and the hidden proletarian appears as an owner without working livestock or without stock, hiring the possessor of these indispensable means or production. The hirer pays by working off on the farm of the person hired, which often leaves insufficient wages to the hirer. Whether the hired peasant works on the farm of the hirer does not change the essence of the matter. In these relations, capitalist appropriation of surplus value is not created by the labor of the hired worker with his horse and stock, but by the labor of the hiring boss. The labor of the latter becomes possible only because the means of production of the hired man are used on his farm. In some areas this form of exploitation covers 70 to 75% of peasant farms. The hidden sown area has gone up to 30 or 40% of the total sown area. In some regions the hiring of livestock predominates, the southeast, Siberia, the central agricultural region, areas of grain production. In others, the hiring of stock predominates, the Ukraine, the industrial center, and generally regions of industrial crops and livestock rearing. The recording of this kind of capitalist development is entirely unsatisfactory. Having sown area without livestock or stock leads to a subordinate role. The sapryaga is often a cover for the hiring of working livestock and stock, depending on the different strengths of the farms involved. Where there is equal strength, in some conditions it is an embryo of collective agriculture. 2. There also exists the usual type of capitalism, based on the hiring of rural wage workers. It also appears to a small degree in covered form. Every sort of fictitious family relationship serves as a screen. This is a quite widely dispersed phenomenon in the Soviet countryside, judging by statements in the press, yet doubtless most cases pass undetected. Even when not covered, rural wage labor is often not registered, daily wage labor is completely unregistered, despite Lenin's analysis of a quarter of a century ago indicating that the hiring of day laborers is to the greatest degree the characteristic sign of the peasant bourgeoisie. This increased significantly after the revolution. Finally, the statistical registration of time rate hiring of wage labor is to the greatest degree unsatisfactory, so the increase in wage labor might to a certain extent be simply due to better recording. 3. Besides these two forms of capitalist economy, which are the forms of action of industrial capital 13, for in both these forms capital acts as the owner of means used in production, there are also forms of trading and usury capital whose activity in the countryside is widespread. The basis of usury capital is the instability of the majority of peasant farms, whereas the basis of trading capital is the monopoly of connections with the market. Usury and trading capital are also interlinked, in that trading operations are, to a growing extent in rural life, connected with credit. Frequently usury and manufacturing capital are similarly interlinked. The widely dispersed phenomenon of advances of grain is accompanied by the unpaid working off on the farm of the lender. This is in effect a form of interest on the loan, although they would claim they make no profit out of it. There is a lack of recording of trading and especially usury capital. 4. The state apparatus operates in the same direction as trading, usury and manufacturing capital, by the pressure of its taxes. It forces the poor to bring their labor power onto the market. This situation might have changed somewhat with the removal of the tax burden on the poor and on 35% of peasant farms in general, since the studies were conducted. 14. 5. The prosperous are, as well as the collectives, the bearers of progress in agriculture. Capitalist farms more than all the others use technical improvements, engage in agricultural cooperation, use the Soviet school and so on. They tend to gain influence on the Selsovti, their presidiums, the Volast Executive Committee and the apparatus of local power, and appear as the leaders of the whole peasantry. 6. An index of the growth of the economic power of the capitalist part of the peasantry is the growth of rented land, relieving the poor of the land they received as a result of the second stage of the agricultural revolution, the committees of the poor. The prosperous rent in the land rented out by the state, but renting in of land often takes the form of hiring out working livestock and stock. 7. The growth of the class stratification does not occur as the stratification by land, but as stratification by working livestock. Insofar as it occurs in a hidden form, it is disguised as equalization in terms of sown area. Livestock and stock are the border dividing the proletarian from the petit bourgeois, but these indices do not distinguish among the peasantry with the means to conduct their own farm. In particular, they do not characterize differences in the capitalist peasantry, because of the many-sided character of capital. 8. The growth of class stratification is not only the growth in the numbers of lowest and highest groups, but in terms of the average means of production of these groups. There has been an absolute and relative decline in means of production among the lowest peasants, and an absolute growth in the means of production of the highest groups, that is, a concentration of the means of production in the highest groups. 9. In the latter cases, similar changes in the possession of the means of production characterize the hidden phases in the class stratification of the peasantry, for the class stratification of the peasantry occurs dialectically, quite often in the form of the so-called movement downwards and movement upwards, including in it, as its own phases, a phase mainly of destruction of the weak farms, and then a phase mainly of increase of the strong farms. 10. The process of class stratification takes different forms in connection with the ruling commodity direction of peasant farming and proceeds basically by means of commodity peasant farming. This has radical significance for the industrial regions. Insofar as grain production has a consumptionist character, based on the domestic farms of wage laborers or small farms engaged in non-cultivating activities, or cultivating non-grain crops, then grouping by sown area is fundamentally grouping by the extent of the domestic farm, in which, generally speaking, the influence of capitalist differentiation is not present. Where some farms are engaged in these regions in commodity grain production, then general data on all peasant farms gives a weak or even an unclear picture of the class differentiation of peasant farming. For this reason, the consumptionist peasant household requires special investigation. These conclusions need wider material, better prepared for this purpose in future. One must also draw attention to the other processes besides capitalist differentiation, the cooperative unification of small farms. All commodity farms are being drawn in by the many-sided aspects of cooperation, into the general system of the Soviet national economy, with large-scale agriculture already in the hands of the proletariat. Finally, there is the increase in the mass of active middle peasants, as well as capitalist differentiation, the middle peasantry no longer being the objects of feudal exploitation. All these processes are influencing and being influenced by the process of capitalist development. Without taking them into account, it is impossible to arrive at a correct judgment as to where the Soviet countryside is going. One can conclude this translation of one of Kritsman's earlier works by stressing that the tentative nature of its conclusions is not indicative of a failure to develop an adequate strategy for the socialist transformation of the countryside. Rather, it is indicative of an awareness of the need for careful research, taking account of differences in the technical division of labor and the division of social production, into the different forms of development of capitalist and socialist relations of production, before refining a strategy taken over in broad outline from Lenin.